there are completely different leaders in the tournament. So I think it's good to show us the standings to everyone first, so that we can see what we are talking about. But because it we have a few new leaders in the tournament, so
Ho ho. Currently, we don't have a standings, but we will have it for sure in a while. So maybe we can immediately move to see some games. We will see how they started.
yes. So the game that we have on is now Harika Dronovali against Carissa Yip, and that was actually one of the things I need to tell you about, because Carissa Yip has become her comeback. She started, I think, with 0 out of 4, and now she is on 2 out of 6. So the last 2 rounds, she managed to win 2 games in a row
Yo,
with
wow, she showed a lot of power. Not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. She bounced back. She's shown great resilience, and I'm really impressed by that, because there are a lot of people, instances I've encountered in the past, who could not bounce back from such results from 0 out of 4, which of course are a terrible start and not exactly how you want to begin such a tournament. But yeah, she's shown great resilience, and let's see if she can fight back today against Harika Dronovali, who is not one of the shiny people, if that's correct English. I'm not sure if I used that correctly, but she isn't really she is, how do you say, oh, English is sometimes so hard.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand that.
I think she's participating but not really playing for the prizes yet, and
I
not
would say
showing
she's in the learning mode. Could I say that?
that she's what?
In
Excuse
the
me?
learning mode. That she's there
Learning
not
mode.
to win the tournament, but to learn as much as possible.
That could be so, or maybe she's just uh just warming up. Maybe we'll see today her shining appearance in the tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I need to stop using the word shining. I think it's the wrong word simply.
Okay,
Uh
should we have a look to the beginning of the games, the first moves?
yeah, sure.
How was the opening? So yeah, d4, knight f6, c4, g6, g3. Oh, King's Indian. Bishop g7. Do you play the King's Indian, Roland?
Yes, I do sometimes.
With which
And
color? White or black or both?
with black, I'm an e4 player, so I never played this from the white side before. But this is actually a funny opening, because I think that Harika Dronovali actually played the exact moves from the black side yesterday. So now she's
Oh,
on the white
but
side.
they are used to play the same opening with both color. I mean, also in the first 3 rounds, Maria Mutsichuk played the Petrov with both colors 3 times. So that's cool.
Mhm.
Maybe they feel comfortable. They prepared yesterday and they are ready the next day, you know?
Yeah,
So,
maybe they do. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
maybe
But
it's easier for them.
she might also. Well, have you heard about? There was this famous world championship match where Alexander Alyechin, I think his first name is Alexander, but he played a world championship match, and of course that world champion is known for his opening, which is the Alyechin defense.
Yeah.
And in the last round, in one of the world championship matches, I think it was against Max Euwe, Max Euwe played actually the Aljechin defense against Aljechin. And that was a great success. So it could be some sort of strategy to play the openings that your opponent is most comfortable with, and use that against them.
Yeah, that's a really an interesting idea. I mean, mostly I try to play, my openings. I don't think too much, but for sure at this high level, you gotta think also about all this stuff, and it's really interesting. I like this kind of approach. So thank you for this, for what you explained us. So let's go just on a bit.
All right.
Bishop g2. Okay, so he played. Arika played with g3. Is this a solid approach to that, or because I know some approach with bishop e3 and then with knight c3. Okay, before g3, knight c3, e4, bishop e3, f3, and I know that this is an extremely attacking setup. How is g3?
Well, you've got a lot of different openings. In through history, one of the most well-known openings against the King's Indian is when White's playing knight c3, e4, knight f3.
Okay, let's shortly show this.
Yeah, let's show that real quickly on the board.
So,
yeah, knight c3, bishop g7, and e4, d6, knight f3, short castle, bishop e2, e5. This is yeah, short castle now, knight c6, and after d5, knight e7. This is more or less the big main line. And here, White can play several moves like knight e1, d4. There have been, of course, one of the Garry Kasparov is one of the players that comes to mind in this opening. He has great success with on the black side in this opening, and yeah, this has been known for quite a long time with a lot of theoretical knowledge required here, and this is the most played.
is it a huge battle? I guess here.
Yeah,
I mean, mostly black play on the king side, no?
Yeah,
Plays on the king
absolutely.
side.
F5 is an idea here, while White wants to play b4, c5 at some point.
Yeah. So opposite plans, in opposite sides. So okay, let's see the g3 line then. We are here. Bishop g7, bishop g2, castle, knight c3, d6, knight f3, bishop f5. Oh, knight h4. Oh, this move is interesting. Now he's attacking the bishop on f5 and also the pawn on b7. What do you think, Roland?
Yeah, it is new for me because yesterday, I think it's good to show this as well.
Okay.
It wasn't knight h4 that was played.
Here, h4.
It was not knight h4 that was played. It was b3 and then bishop b2 at some point.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that is what I think Wenjun played yesterday against Harika Dronovalli. And Harika more or less had a very comfortable position, but then made a slight opening mistake where he got under big pressure. Yeah, so knight h4 is a very logical move, but I think it could be potentially dangerous for black. But after bishop c8, the knight, okay, you lost the tempo, of course, for black.
Yes.
But the knight on h4 has to return to f3 at some point.
Yeah, because doesn't have the f5 square because the g6 is occupying that square. So
yeah.
So short castle, c6, and knight f3. Yeah, it went back. You're right.
So yesterday, bishop f5 anyway happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and that more or less now White chose to play b3, bishop b2, and black got a comfortable position. So I'm expecting White to do something else here.
But here is knight g5. So this knight had already a long trip. Knight f3, knight h4, knight f3, knight g5. So wow, 5 moves of knight out of.
Yeah, what 10. Do you think is the purpose of knight g5, Alessia?
Well, I see immediately that the knight from g5 is controlling the e4 square, so I would say that is to prepare e4.
Yes. So, I'm thinking that what do you do after a move like h6?
h6. Okay, maybe I play e4 anyway, no? I mean, I don't know. What do you think about?
No, absolutely. That's probably the idea. You want to play e4 with tempo. because after e4, a takes g5 should lead to a very, very pleasant position for white. E takes f5, g takes f5, bishop takes g5.
Yeah, this king
Imperial
seems
default.
already maybe it's
Yeah,
not yet very weak, but is weaker than white's king. No.
absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the main purpose of knight g5, I would say.
Yeah. So I think we have already a move. Wow, e5. Carissa
Yeah.
is not waiting for the opponent. She wants also to put a pawn at the center. Uh,
Hmm.
e5. Wow.
Makes a lot of sense to me, e5. Yeah. And before I go into that, also give a shout out to Niceer, who's actually in the chat. She is on the scene and is trying to provide us with interviews from the players after the game. So hopefully we can entertain you guys with some nice interviews of the participants who are going to talk about their game. So
Yeah, would
shout
be.
out to Niceer in the chat.
Yeah, thank you for what you do for us. So, Roland, what is happening? What should white do here? Should takes or should play e5 anyway? There are many possibilities now.
Yeah. All
What do
right.
you think
So
is the most logical one?
the first thing that comes to mind is that if you play e4 now,
Mm-hmm.
black can play the move bishop g4 as an in-between move, and then take on d4. So let's say white plays f3 here.
Yeah,
Then you have the in-between move e takes d4. And that
attacking the
looks
knight.
extremely, yeah, exactly. And that looks extremely unpleasant for white. You could maybe play a move like knight e2 and then try to take on d4, because
Yeah,
if you
because
take
to take with the queen seems very annoying to that bishop on
I
g7.
don't think that's ideal for white. And even if you return the bishop to, for example, c8, the knight on g5 is not exactly ideally placed. And a threat like knight d5 is also still in the position for black. So
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
so this will not be so pleasant
Now, so the
for
move that I'm
whites.
expecting here is to play d5 actually, so that e
Ah,
takes
okay.
d4 is never in the position anymore.
Yeah.
Although it does block the bishop on g2 a little bit. So yeah.
But it gains a bit of space. So, and in this position, what do you think? Should white follow with e4? Or this would close even more his bishop?
Yeah, it's a consideration you need to make, because e4 does offer white some space in the center, and that is in general a good thing. And the bishop is not exactly active at the moment already because of the pawn on d5 at the moment. So yeah, so it's a consideration. You could play without, or you could play with e4. I'm thinking right now that it's probably better to postpone playing e4, because you could also play, for example, a move like h3 and
Mm-hmm.
bishop e3, trying to set up like that. But yeah, it's once again,
h3 or and
and bishop e3 then.
e3. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah,
h3 in order to prevent the knight g4 attacking the bishop.
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we could start to see some other game. Here we have already an idea, is a King's Indian, a fianchetto line, the fianchetto line. So, which game do you wanna see?
Yeah, so let's take a look at one of the current leaders in the tournament, which is Wenjun against Nana Zagnitsa.
Hola. So
Yeah,
let's see what they played. So Nana started with d4, knight f6, bishop g5. Oh, we have the Trompowsky attack. Wow, have you ever played that?
no, but you sound excited about it.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, I have played this in the last tournament of an Italian championship, and I
Mhm.
won for the first time in my life, and I won that game. So, and I was third, so I was very happy. So I have some emotion, a lot of emotion about Trompowsky. So I'm happy.
Yeah.
So,
So, what do you think about Black's play after this then? Did your opponent also play d5 in that game then?
no, I mean she went for knight e4 and then c5,
Hmm.
and I went for d4, some complication. And then I played f3, e4. This is a bit the setup. So if we
Yeah,
want to
that
make some
looks quite
moves,
impressive.
is this. And then she didn't do some main move like queen b6, and so for me it was very easy to do f3, e4. I gain a lot of space at the center, and this is an interesting setup. So, but let's see how the game went. I think the d5 is the most solid one.
Yeah, I agree there, yeah. And here I'm a little bit surprised, although, yeah, there have been some move order tricks in this position. White's played the move c3, I see.
e3.
Oh, e3, then I just misread it. Never mind.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
it's a perfectly fine move here, yeah, of course.
So c5, knight
Mm-hmm.
d2. This should be everything normal. C take d4, e take d4, queen b6,
Mm-hmm.
knight gf3. So I would
Mm-hmm.
shortly ask you, why queen b2 should not be good?
Well, the first question is it actually not good? Um,
Okay.
to be honest, I haven't studied this opening at all, but of course, taking on b2 is always quite risky.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm not 100% sure, but I think in this case, White's just going for some positional compensation because the rook is getting activity on the b file at some point.
Yeah.
So my guess would be that White's just going to develop and at some point activate the rook on b1, and with some good compensation in this position.
Yeah. So
But
maybe bishop d3, short castle, and yeah. And white is already nearly done with development. So
yeah,
yeah, there is a compensation for that pawn. And
yeah,
mostly always, a lot of times when black develops that bishop, also the b7 pawn is hanging. So
exactly.
could be that
So
with rook b1, white is
mhm,
not only attacking the queen, but also the b7 pawn.
mhm, yeah,
So, okay. That's
uh,
why
mhm.
black played knight c6.
And I like that move. The idea is, for example, if white is now going to play c3, which is very common in these type of positions where you are protecting the d4 pawn. If you now take on b2, you have already developed a knight on c6. So this should be more or less a better version than take on b2
Yeah,
one move
because
early.
now this pawn on c3 is also hanging.
Yeah, that also.
So,
So
okay.
after knight c6, I don't think white can play the move c3 there. And
And what could be a move here?
yeah, something like, well, you could play knight b3 anytime you want,
Yeah,
but it's not
because,
ideal.
yeah,
Knight usually does not want to go to b3, but just wants to stay on d2 for as long as possible, and you just want to develop, play bishop d3, c3, short castle, queen c2, such kind of moves. Yeah, c3, queen b1, perhaps even. Yeah, that's usually the setup that you're going for.
yeah,
It more or less resembles, yeah, the Caro-Kann with e takes d5.
yeah, yeah.
And yeah, that's more or less the setup that white's going for. But yeah, black is disrupting it with the move knight c6 and queen b6. So I like knight c6, and I think we should mention something actually, Alessia, and
Yes.
that's time difference. Because Nana
Oh,
has not yet spent any overtime, more or less, while Wenjun has already fought for about 13 to 15 minutes. So, yeah,
so yeah, that's true. But now is her time, so it's her turn to think. And she's thinking right now. We don't have a move.
yeah, yeah, it is.
So this knight c6 is very strong. What
Yeah,
could be a move for white? I mean, maybe we should protect that pawn, or maybe just
I'm considering a really strange move, but I'm thinking maybe c4. Yeah,
oh
it looks very. This is a very tactical move,
yeah
but we're trying. You sometimes when you have in these type of positions where where your opponent has got some activity because black is attacking both b2 and the pawn on d4. Sometimes the best approach is just to go all in and say like, okay, here, I'm going to play the most active move I can possibly play. And let's see if you can cope with that. So C4 looks to me like a serious candidate because if you now take on
On
on B2
b2.
for example, then I think you can take on F6 and then take on D5, and
Let's
that
say e
should give
take
quite some
f6.
confidence. Yeah, because when the knight moves, you might knight takes D4 runs into a little trick actually. Yeah,
Queen a4. That
absolutely.
is bishop d7, and the queen from d4 is also protecting the rook on a1. So
Yeah.
that's not possible.
And I actually think that C4 is in Zarknitz's playing style as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a move that she is definitely able to make. So I'm very curious to see if she's going to play that. It would create extreme complications. So
Yeah. So I
um,
will update shortly the. Okay, we don't have a move yet. So I would say
yeah,
that we can move to another game.
all right.
Let's see. Kastanic Lagno. So we have c4, an English opening here. Knight f6, knight c3, c5, knight f3, knight c6. That's a symmetrical one. So d4,
Mhm.
c take d4, knight take d4, e6, g3. Queen b6. Is it all fury here?
Yeah, this is a well-known opening theory. Yeah. So what Black's trying to do is to provoke White into taking on C6, and that is something that you see regularly. Although, if you would do it now, then I think Black's going to take back with the Queen and making use of the G3 move because the Rook on H1 is now attacked, as well as the pawn on C4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a little trick there. And usually white players are moving the knight back to b3 or forward to b5 because of that.
In this game, we have the knight moving forward to b5
All
and
right.
knight e5.
Yeah, so this is just all theory. I mean, these moves don't really make any sense if you don't know the theory. So, but Black's creating some
So
tactical
because
problems.
now this pawn is attacked, but white just develop
Yeah, and that makes
his knight.
sense. Just sacrifice the pawn, go for quick development. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Black plays e3, is attacking knight. Knight
Mm.
a4. Wow, that's extremely. I mean, a lot of emotion in this opening because Black is attacking, but then just white is attacking the queen, and this pawn is hanging. Wow, it's
It's a
really
very
nice.
emotional opening. I haven't heard ever
Yeah,
saying someone about an opening.
adrenalinic, no?
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a huge mess. Yeah, but what emotions? What kind of emotions? Like
um,
rage?
well, it's a mixture. It's a mixture of being scary and exciting. Because still, if you miss something, you lose immediately. But still, it's exciting because there are a lot of possibility for both colors. So it's going to be a
Yeah,
battle. So, what
yeah.
are your emotions in this position?
My emotions. I'm just waiting for the dust to clear up, and then I'm going to see what the position is like.
Okay,
My
you're
emotion. I
you're
am excited.
calmer. You're
Excited.
calmer.
Way calmer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am excited too.
Okay,
Definitely.
queen
Looks
d8
fun.
we have. The queen is just going back.
Yeah.
Knight d6 check. Oh, wow. Bishop take d6, queen take d6, knight takes c4. So, now this queen is very strong here because he's avoiding black to castle.
Mhm.
And but white had to give up a pawn, so his black sacrifices a pawn, and but this queen is very strong. And here, Alexandra Kosteniuk played queen c5, and I guess it's to maintain the queen on this diagonal.
Yeah, I was thinking she was going to play that. Yeah. So, Queen C5. It's very tempting to try and solve that queen problem with a move like Queen A5, trying to exchange that queen because that tactically does not work. I
Yeah,
think.
because it's a check, and what is here? Should I place? Wow. No.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Yeah.
Help me. So,
Okay. So white wins material here because of queen takes a5, knight takes a5, and now knight b6.
and rook b8
Bishop
and bishop
f4.
f4 attacking the rook, and d6 and d5 are just losing a pawn. This rook has no square to go, so oh yeah.
Yeah, this looks terrible. So queen a5 is not possible there. And so black has to develop in another way. In another way, trying to push the queen on c5 away from that square.
Yeah. So here black played d5, protecting the knight,
Perfect.
and white went for b3. So
Yeah.
here is the final position for the moment, the current position of the game. And
Yeah.
I would ask you, what is now queen a5? Is it the same?
I think it's the same, yeah,
Yeah,
because you still, the bishop f4, b8 diagonal is still open.
yeah. There is no way to, yeah. So it's still the same.
Yeah,
So we have another move.
oh, that's a good move. Yeah, I like bishop d7. But yeah, if you had to choose
Yeah.
which side you were going to take here, would you pick black or would you pick white?
Wow, these are the kind of questions that are very difficult. Because, okay, I would have a look at time. So Alexandra thought just 3 minutes, so I think that she is still more or less playing with her preparation, so I would take white. And you?
You would take. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the bishop pair. So even if I'm a pawn down, I would really love to play with the bishop pair.
Yeah. And also the bishop missing is the dark square bishop. So this bishop could be a king, also in preventing black to castle.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah, so white has definitely good compensation for the pawn. And as you guys can see, yeah, she still has a lot of her time left. She did not really spend a lot of time on the first 13 move, which, yeah, is more or less saying that she's still in preparation. So, yeah.
yeah.
And by the way, while we are talking about the time, maybe we should remind everybody in the chat who is watching about the format and the time control that we're using in this tournament. Just to remind everybody.
Yes.
All right.
So here we have the format of the event. Is a 10-player round robin. Time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with an additional time of 30 seconds per move, starting for move 1. So it's a lot of time, is the normal, but they gotta be fast and reach more 40, not to get into time trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
So that is what we're dealing with today. And actually, I've been talking with, yeah, a lot about time management in this, yeah, in the previous rounds as well. And a lot of players in this tournament are thinking very long in the opening phase. And especially yesterday, that was very visible when there were a few games where 50 moves were played and they were already below the half point mark. Yeah, and that was just yeah, very difficult to see because you need the time later for critical moments, and so it's best to try and save some time for those moments later in the game.
Yes, sure. It's important. So let's have a short look also to the prices. So there are really a lot of prizes. There is a prize fund of $180, and the first prize is getting $45,000. Not bad, Roland. Would you like to play too?
Yes, I would. I'm going to become a woman and play in the event next year. Absolutely.
All
This,
right. So is
this
this a promise? A promise?
of course not, Alessia. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah. Okay.
But this is great prize money. So 6,000 for last prize and a whopping 45,000 as first prize. So yeah, this is the biggest prize money we've ever had in a women's tournament. We can't stress that enough. I think the $6,000 last place is actually coherent with the World Cup reaching of the second round. So if you reach the second round in the World Cup, you also get $6,000. So,
Oh,
and
so not bad.
not bad at all. It is a whooping amount of money that we have here in the Cairns Cup, and a total of $180,000 prize money.
Very good. So let's also have a short look to the schedule of the event. We are now at the seventh round, and so we are going to have still 2 rounds, and then there is also time for a playoff. So the event is really going to the fire part. I always say like this. It's the part where every result is extremely important. So it's really important to do the best out of it. So
Yes.
I think we are going to take a short break, and then we will continue to see also the other games. So we are going to be back soon. See you in a while. right, we are back here after a short break. So we are back with the game of Alexander Kostenyuk against Katerina Lagno. Let's see if there are some moves that we missed.
Yeah, we missed some moves here, some
Okay,
development.
so Bishop d7 is the move that you liked a lot. So we have Bishop takes c4, Bishop take a4, and Queen a3. Oh.
Yeah, Queen a3 surprises me a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what the idea is of that move.
Maybe the queen was going to be attacked with rook c8. And
yeah, that's a really good point. I'm guessing white, but Queen a3 allows Bishop c6 there. And I'm not sure. Bishop c6, I'm a little bit worried about that move because the bishop is nicely controlling the bishop on g2, and that gives away some potential problems for black. So I'm not sure pushing the bishop back already is the best move. It does make a lot of sense because, as you said, rook c8 is a clear threat to the position. So
yeah,
I'm just wondering why didn't take on d5 first and then played on a3. That seemed like it would make a little bit more sense, but yeah, I don't know the theory, so I'm not going to make a big claim on that one.
okay.
What do you think? So instead of queen a3, I would suggest to play simply c takes d5. And maybe then you don't also need to move the queen to a3. You could also just play short castle after something like knight takes d5.
I mean, if rook c8 here, I mean, okay, the difference is that the rook is not attacking the c4 pawn, so it's not that strong.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it going to take back with the knight, I guess?
I guess also
because to have an Isolan here, I think is just a weakness.
And here maybe bishop a3 is already pretty strong.
Yeah, and this king is going to stay at the center of the board, and the center is quite open, so would be very dangerous for black. So knight take d5, I guess, is the right move.
Yeah, and here you got a few moves that you could play. A short castle would be my suggestion. Yeah.
Great. And I mean, I would love to. I mean, I think as black, she should try really to castle as soon as possible, or at least to change the queens. So the problem with queen e7, or maybe no, there is not a problem, because maybe after queen take, black could take with the king, because after knight take, this pawn is hanging.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, even c takes d5 definitely make a lot of sense to me. The idea, yeah, so queen takes e7, the problem is, of course, king takes e7 for white, not getting away the b7 pawn, but white is still getting a lot of compensation for that in return because of the dark squared bishop on c1. That has a lot of potential here, and e4 at some point, kicking the knight away could be coming. The king is still in the center on e7.
So even if white is a pawn down, that's...
Yeah.
This should be...
Even if you trade the queens, the king is still in the center. White still has got good
enough spaces to trade, to give checkmate to the king in the center. So, or at least to...
I wouldn't say checkmate, but yeah, definitely compensation.
But to attack it at least.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but we have this queen a3.
It makes a lot of sense as well. Just push the queen away. The bishop does get a very nice move, bishop c6, I think. And I'm not sure that that's what you wanted to allow, but yeah, okay, these are all subtleties. I'm thinking in subtleties here. So the general picture is that white has simply got good compensation for it.
Yeah, white has bishop pair, so there is a compensation for that pawn. We will see how this game will go on. But now let's have a look to Gunina against Muzichuk.
Yes. So Gunina yesterday had a loss against Carissa Yip, and she has had so many good positions Valentina Gunina, but she, yeah, doesn't really succeed in converting those good positions into good results, into wins. So she has a pretty unfortunate tournament at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, yesterday she lost against Yip after being 2 pawns up, and all she needed to do was consolidate. Yip played extremely aggressive and try to disrupt. Try to not to let. Uh, yeah, try to not let Valentina Kunina consolidate.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hard sentence for me to make. But
Don't worry.
yeah, she is. Yeah, I think she must be kicking herself because
Mm,
she has such good opportunities.
yeah. I mean,
But
when I was here with the fourth round, I also see her game against you and you. She had really an extremely. We were commenting a lot that game. She had a
yeah,
lot of nice opportunities.
absolutely. Yeah. So let's see if she can bounce
So,
back.
yeah, let's see. E4, she played e4, c5. We have a Sicilian. Knight f3, knight c6. Oh, Rosalimo, do you remember? It's what I
Oh,
play in.
oh yeah, I remember now.
Because
Yeah,
I'm too old for the Open Sicilia.
you're too old for the Open Sicilian. I think you're way younger than me, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 21, but I always say this. I'm too old for that.
Too old for the Open Sicilian. Okay.
Yeah,
Only 21.
yeah.
Jeez. No, I actually made a DVD on the Open Sicilian. And guys, keep playing the Open Sicilian. And yeah, it's a fun opening to
So
play. You'll learn.
maybe could be my chance to start playing it again. So
Yeah,
why
maybe it would be.
not? Huh? Okay, e6, bishop takes c6, b
Hmm.
takes c6,
Yeah,
b3.
be free. Okay.
I mean, here what I know is that it's very important. I mean, the battle is about the e5 square. So, because if black would manage to play d6, c5, bishop e6, knight f6, c6, and bishop e2, would have a
mhm.
strong center and enough compensation for the weakness of the pawns.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I
That's
mean,
good that you mentioned that. Yeah. So how does white react to that with d6 and e5?
uh,
Usually.
something could be knight e1 and f4 to attack immediately, or c3 d4, something to open immediately the center to
Yeah,
develop faster. And what do you think?
yeah, no, I agree. Those are the two ways to play against that. Yeah. And but b3, okay, I
Seems a bit
like it.
slow, no? b3.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. Yeah, I think it feels a bit slow, but on the other hand, you don't really have to break with c3 and d4. You could also just try to play positionally. For example, if black does not play with d6 and e5,
Yes.
for example, but play with d5, for example, then you could simply try to play d3, bishop b2, knight b d2. Just play solidly and try to somehow attack the weak c5 pawn on those
Yeah.
turns.
Yeah.
Maybe even bishop a3, knight c3, knight a4. That's a common maneuver here you see in these type of positions.
Yes. So bring a knight to a4 and a bishop to a3 in order to attack this pawn. That after the d5 move is not able to be protected by a pawn. So it's a bit weaker. So that's why Maria played knight e6, bishop b2, and she played d6, not d5.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
have a castle and e5. So this is a bit
Yeah.
what we expected to have.
Yeah. I think you are going to be right. She now played the move knight h4, so she's gonna go for an f4 approach here.
Oh yeah, f4 approach. Wow. So not knight e1. Knight h4 has also maybe chances one day to reach f5 or maybe to play g3, knight g2. What do you think?
I think just f4 and maybe even put the knight back to f3 at some
Oh
point.
yeah,
Yeah, I
because
think
f3 is the best square for that knight.
I think so, yeah. It controls the most squares in the center, and if you want to play something like g3, then it's yeah, I really don't want to play a move like g3. It seems very tempting to play g3 and f4, but you are weakening your white squares on the king side. So I
Mm-hmm.
would not play that unless you're absolutely sure that it's going to be very useful for you.
Yeah.
But
So,
I like Black's reaction to this. Very straightforward. Never
yeah.
allowed for.
I think that knight h4 is wrong. So g5. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, nicely
I
done.
also like g5 because it's controlling this f4 square, and this will not be easy now to play f4. What do you think?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, and g5 actually helps black in development as well because the bishop can now be put on g7, and then castle on the king side is next. So g5 accomplishes a lot of things here. Just it helps with development, it stops f4. And also one thing we should mention is that if white is now going to return the knight to f3
Mm-hmm.
and then try to play with c3 and d4, try to go for the different plan, white also has to be careful about black not playing g4. Yeah,
Yeah,
trying
because
to.
can push this knight away in any at any moment. So white should also always consider that move. So yeah,
Yeah.
and actually she really played knight. Actually, is the only move knight f3. Okay, knight
Hmm.
f5 also, but I don't think it's a move to consider
Yeah, knight to five is probably a bit too much.
because it gives just a pawn and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
If you have a straightforward break after that, for example, if the rook was on e1 and you had d4 possibilities, then maybe such a sacrifice would work. But you don't have enough pieces at the moment in the
yeah.
center to sacrifice.
So knight f3, knight g6.
Makes sense as well. The knight's perfectly placed on g6, protecting e5, supporting that square, and with potential attacking ideas. Okay, question for you, Alicia.
Yes,
Would you, okay, let's say white plays something normal, yeah? So what happened in the game was,
knight e1 we have in the game.
okay, but let's play something else. Let's say I play a d3 here, just a normal move.
Mm-hmm.
Would you then just go for a quick development with bishop g7, short castle, maybe f5? Or would you go full out on the king side with g4, h4, h5, h5, h4? Yeah, what do you think looks best there?
Oh well, I mean, it's kind. I mean, this the second approach is kind of direct one, but I think it's also risky because still blacks need to bring his pieces. He cannot attack just with a pawn. He needs to bring pieces then. So I think I would. I mean, I'm an attacking player. I love to attack, but still, I need also my pieces to attack. So I think that I would play first bishop g7, castle, and then maybe starting to push them and go for it. So
All right.
what would have been your choice?
Yeah, well, I like both approaches. I think yours is the more sensible because, yeah, one thing that's really important in this position is the bishop pair for black,
Yeah.
and that is a long-term asset that she can make use of in the future. And so I think that white is actually somehow needs to show that she has compensation for that bishop pair. So I think just to take it slow with bishop g7, short castle, and f5 is the right approach here. Just
Mm-hmm.
try to open up the position with f5 at some point, but you've got all the time in the world. White is the player that needs to show that she has got compensation for the bishop pair there.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's why I didn't play d3. Ah no, actually, yeah, he played
Yeah,
knight
but
a1, knight
uh-huh.
e1 first, bishop g7, d3. So we have really something similar.
Yeah,
And
knight e1. The idea is that if black's going to play a g4, that white can react immediately with f3.
mm-hmm, okay.
I think that's more or less the idea. But the knight on e1 looks a bit sad, don't you think?
Yeah,
It
that's
has
true.
no squares to go. And as I mentioned before, if you play g3, you are going to allow some weaknesses in your king side. So Yeah, I'm definitely liking black here.
Yeah,
What do
I
you?
was really going to ask you which color would you choose now, and now I would also do black. So
I know what you're thinking now, Alessia.
tell me.
I can read your mind. I can read your mind. I know exactly what you're going to ask, and I'm going to be one step ahead of you.
Oh, tell me.
No, I think I would pick black. That was what
Ah,
I
yeah,
was.
good. So
Yeah,
castle
castle makes sense.
and
92.
92.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Next question is she gonna play f5?
I hope so.
Looks good. Yeah. So
I
yeah.
mean, it looks good, I think. I mean, also white has this bishop pair, so to open a bit of position, house black. So, what do you
hmm
think?
Yeah, I shared an F5 emote in the chat, so I'm
Oh,
definitely gonna go for F5.
yes. All
Let's go.
right. Okay, so let's have a look to the last game that we didn't see yet, and is Crush Arena against Konero Hampi. I hope to pronounce
Yeah,
it well.
yeah. It's always hard to read out foreign languages, of
Yeah.
course.
So let's
No
start
worries.
from the first move. We have d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. So name so Indian. This is
Yes, sir.
also an opening that I play with black.
Okay, good. All right.
So today I'm an expertise. So queen
Mhm.
c2, castle, a3, bishop take, queen take, b6.
Yeah.
So, bishop g5,
hmm
bishop b7. So, what is the plan for black here? What is he going to do?
Well, you're the expert, right?
But you are the grandmaster.
Um, yeah. Well, okay. What I've learned, because I play this sometimes as well with black, is that you play d6, knight bd7, and e5. Just try to control the dark squares because you don't have a dark squared bishop anymore.
Yeah.
Another idea is to play with c5 and try to open up the position.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense as well. And sometimes there's also a knight e4 trick in the position. So those are ideas. From the white side, what I remember is that they usually go for e3, f3, bishop d3, knight e2 setup.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, because it's very flexible. Even if black gets a d6, e5 structure in,
Mm-hmm.
white is ready to counter that, and the pieces are very harmoniously placed like that. I wouldn't like to see knight f3, the knight being put to f3, because you're more or less leaving the e4 square open for your opponent there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I like the f3 setup. So let's see what we add in the game if they followed your suggestion. e3.
Mhm.
You're
All
doing
right,
that. d6.
all
Knight
right,
e2.
all right.
Knight bd7. Queen c2. Oh,
Ah,
a
okay,
slow
this is
move.
not this is not something I expected. I'm guessing white's going to play knight c3.
Oh, yeah.
Then white still has the problem with the g2 pawn. I'm thinking white might be planning to sacrifice that actually.
Huh.
So
But
let's say,
something like f3 e4 is, or okay, or just
yeah,
as you said, f3, bishop d3, knight c3, bishop d3,
hmm
something
yeah,
like this, or to sacrifice. How to sacrifice that pawn?
yeah. I was going to try and explain that because let's say black plays normal moves, something like queen e7,
Yeah.
knight c3, and now something like rook fe8, right? Makes a lot of sense though.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe white can play bishop d3 here. And let's say, actually, let's include also h6 and bishop h4.
Yes.
Yeah. And now, okay, black can take on g2, but you are getting a nice g file in return for that. And maybe white is planning to just start attacking on that side. What do you
Hmm.
think?
Yeah,
Might
I
be a
think
nice.
it's actually really interesting, this one. Um, I mean,
Well, bishop
don't they?
f3
I mean,
looks kind
where
of.
is going to go this king?
Yeah, that's a good question because after bishop f3, you can't even castle alongside with the king. So
Yeah, and the problem is that how am I bringing my pieces to the attack?
yeah. So in that case, I'm not 100% clear if knight e2, knight c3 is a good idea here. But Irina Krush has been playing quite fast. She still has
Yes.
1 hour and 17 minutes on the clock. So I'm pretty sure that this is more or less still preparation, although it looks a bit slow to me. I would have preferred to see f3, bishop d3, and then knight e2.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
seems a bit more flexible
Yeah,
because
that's true. That's
I
true.
don't know.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I think
Was
how black reacted is a good way to go.
so c5,
Yeah.
rook t1,
Mm-hmm.
queen c8. Oh, why queen c8?
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
Sometimes it's hard because these moves are very silent and
Yeah. So the question is, why not queen c7 instead of queen c8?
yeah,
That's probably the
because
question.
removing the queen from the d file could have a sense also because white's rook is there.
Yeah,
Why
absolutely.
not? Why not?
Okay, okay. Several ideas.
Hmm.
If you place the queen on c7, white has knight c3 and knight b5 perhaps with tempo,
Yeah.
attacking queen on c7. But yeah, queen c8 does allow the d6 pawn to be uncovered. So I would another question of mine would be why not place the queen on e7 instead? I mean that looks really harmonious.
Yeah.
You cannot really be attacked by any knight or bishop, and you're just going to play rook c8 and try to pressure on the c pawn. It looks very natural to me.
Yeah, maybe it's because the knight is pinned here.
Yeah,
And
that's true. That's true.
so could be
But
that. I
I
don't know if
really
this can be a problem, a long term problem. Maybe in a future, like after e4, could be a. Because at the moment, it's not a problem that the knight is pinned.
Yeah, and White is down in development and still has to answer the G2 question here. So I'm thinking Black is just development, has more development. So just developing and try to attack the C4 pawn makes a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So Queen C8, funny move. Maybe
Yeah.
we can see what is the actual point of that move. And yeah, maybe okay. If 94 is, as you mentioned, probably the biggest point here, but I'm
Yes.
sure White is going to react to that real quickly.
So actually, we have bishop h4. That seems not to prevent this.
Yeah, well, more or less, it prevents that because after 94,
Is not.
White can play f3 with tempo. Yeah, so
Okay,
bishop is
because
not.
the knight is not anymore on g5.
Yeah,
Okay, so
prophylactic move. All right, I like
prophylactic
it.
move. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it so far.
So we have d5 here.
Now d5. Yeah, this is exactly the approach that we should be going for. I think. Just try to blow up in the center because white hasn't developed yet.
Yeah.
And this looks good. I like black's approach here, although she has been spending quite a lot of time already in the opening. She's almost at the half point mark, which is 45 minutes.
Yeah, maybe because the setup of white was a bit strange. It was a bit slow, not too much flexible. This queen c2 with idea knight c3. So she want to figure out how exactly to react on this.
Yeah, exactly. I think white has some problems to solve in this position. Um, yeah, I still don't understand why she did not play f3 and bishop d3 first. It looks a bit slow. But okay, some developments.
So
Let's
if we
take.
have d5, c take d5, bishop take d5, f3.
Mm-hmm.
So here f3 finally is on the board, but
Finally, yes.
with a different setup. C take d4. Oh, we have two queens facing each other, and white changed the queens.
Yeah. All right. So white should feel a bit more safe now because the king is in the center, but the queens are off the board. So any attack that black's going to have is going to be half as strong without the queen. So I think white should be glad about that.
Okay, we are going to be back here. Okay, so we have the queen takes c8. What?
What? Oh no, is it possible to mouse slip over the board? Oh no, she mouse slipped over the board. Yeah.
Okay, I was getting okay. I don't know any more chess. Well, queen d8, rook d8. Wow, amazing move. But for sure,
Guys, we could see a real mouse slip actually happen over the board. Yeah, we are joking, of course. There should be some sort of mistake here, of course.
oh yeah.
Uh,
So a
I,
rook is on f8. I hope that
yeah,
they will update soon. So
I think it's best to come back to this game later and
yeah.
let's at
So
another game before we go back to this one. This will be resolved, of course, but hey, it would be
yes,
fun. Mouse slip over the board.
yeah. Or if not, I will add that a rook is there on f8. I will add the text rook f8. Okay, so let's move to Nana Zagidze against Wenjun. We
Yes, she
just
did it.
left.
She did it. She played my suggestion.
Oh
Yes.
yes, your c4 is here.
Oh, I'm on fire today once again. Yesterday I
Oh,
also had a good streak with predicting moves, so let's go.
very good. Proud of you.
Proud
And
of myself.
also, I mean, she's not really a lot. She has 1 hour, so she had, I think, really about 1 hour 30 minutes. She used a lot of time to to play your move.
Yeah,
So
but, Ju and June is also taking her time here, so it was justified.
yeah, as you said, it's really not easy. A lot of complication here. Actually, we had a bit some difference move. We had knight b3 because you said here c4
Yeah.
immediately, but we have it just 2 moves later. We have first knight b3, knight
Mhm.
e4, bishop b3, g6, and c4.
Yeah.
So now we are really at a point. This c4 move is really strong, and I guess that you are happy with the white position, or not.
Not a, I'm not so sure. Because for example, if black now takes on c4, white has to more or less take back on c4,
Mm-hmm.
then black has the annoying move queen b4.
So
Yeah,
if
I
black
mean,
takes on c4,
yeah, bishop takes c4 and then queen b4, attacking the bishop and the king. White has to retreat one of the knights, probably the f3 knight. And this looks a bit annoying to me. I'm not sure if I think white should be okay here, of course. Short castle is coming up, and maybe even a move like queen f3 to be annoying herself. And the queen on b4 is not a really stable piece. It could be attacked at some point. I don't know. I think this is going to be a complicated one, but I
yeah.
did predict the move c4. I like how she is trying to play this actively,
Mm-hmm.
uh, not make this a positional fight, but a tactical fight, and that's exactly Zarknitz's style, I think. So yeah, I'm proud of myself, and they are thinking a lot in the opening. Only 9 moves played, and we are more than 1 hour already into the game. So 1 hour for 9 moves is quite a lot of time to spend. So I'm expecting that this game is going to heat up any second now. So
Yeah.
yeah, interesting.
So, but we're waiting for a move here, but I think we will shortly move to Rika against Yip Carissa. Oh, we have a lot of moves here.
Mm. Yeah.
So,
Hey, am I right again?
we will see that.
Oh, I'm right again. She
Oh,
she
too
didn't play
strong, too
takes
strong.
d4. She didn't play takes d4 there though. It's
So,
definitely something
where
to.
did we left?
Around here, yeah. So white did play e4 at this point.
Yes,
E5 was where we left.
e5. White
Yeah,
played
and
e4.
white played e4, where I was
Yeah,
thinking
exactly what you
white
said.
played
Yeah.
e5. Yeah,
Bishop g4, f3. This we saw that. Bishop d7 and knight h3 here.
yeah. Looks strange, but e takes d4, queen takes d4, knight d5 happened now. So I
Wow.
like how black has played this, and Harika is also down on time. So remember what I what we talked about the Aljechin Max Euwe game, where Max surprised Aljechin with his own opening, the Aljechin
Yeah.
defense. I think it's working out for black. Carissa is playing an
Actually,
open
Carissa just got the GM title.
GM title. I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, no, she's an FIDE master and she just got the international master. But we hope that
Yeah.
she gets soon the grandmaster title. We
Yeah.
are
Small mistake there, but yeah, it will happen in the near future, I think. Yeah.
yeah, they are looking forward. That's why they are in the future already. So we have knight d5, and for sure the queen should find another place. And
Yeah, yeah. But just to finish my story, I
yes,
think that yeah. So Harika Dronovali has played this opening from the black side yesterday, and got a very comfortable draw against Ju Wenjun. So, and the approach that Carissa Yip took by copying that opening has really worked. I think she has a great position at this point.
yes,
95, the queen
that's
has to go
nice.
back. Knight takes c3, b takes c3. What strikes me in this position is the place of the knight on h3. It really needs to be on e2 somehow. Try to cover some squares in the center.
So to get on it, the faster way is at least knight f4, knight e2.
Yeah, absolutely. But then black is going to try and attack the c4 pawn at some point, or just play knight a6, knight c5. It looks very comfortable to me. And
Mm,
even okay, one thing that white is going for her is the d6 pawn. D6 pawn is a weakness.
yeah.
But
So
King's
at
Indian
least white
players,
has something.
yeah, but King's Indian players are more or less prepared to play for a weak d6 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But what they usually don't have is weaknesses to play for in white's camp. And white has now two weaknesses, two pawns on the c file.
Yeah,
So compared to other King's Indian lines, I think
it's really a
Carissa
good line.
a great position here in the King's Indian. Yeah,
So let's see the other moves. Queen f6, immediately attacking here.
makes sense. Very active move.
So rook b1, attacking the b7 pawn.
Yeah, I'm expecting. Oh,
Whoa, she
she.
went in the endgame.
Okay,
Try.
we need to calculate this. Queen takes c3. Looks normal.
Yes.
Bishop takes c3, and now okay, rook takes b7 is the obvious move here.
Yes.
But can we trap that rook? Can we play bishop d4 and then bishop b6?
Bishop d4 check.
Yeah,
Okay,
king
let's say
goes.
king h1.
Yeah, and now bishop b6. Is
Yeah.
that is the rook now forever trapped on b7?
Huh.
My idea is to just play bishop c8. If the rook goes to e7, then bishop d8, and I think you win the rook.
Wow. So
Um,
it's very direct.
Yeah, is this something that white maybe has not calculated correctly, or does this actually work for white, and is black the one that didn't calculate this correctly? What
It's
do you think?
something like I'm thinking about bishop h6 and then knight g5.
Oh,
But
that makes yeah, very active response. After
but
bishop h6, I have to play something like rook e8.
yeah, but I'm considering I don't know what to play against the more f6.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, f6, the knight has to return to h3. And then bishop c8. Ah, but bishop c8 does not win the rook anymore because of rook g7.
I'm a genius.
You are a genius of this, yeah.
Yeah, but still the rook is, I mean, it's carrying.
It's scary, but maybe it's okay because black is a bit stuck here. I mean, how are you going to play? Okay, let's go. Let's go a few moves back, shall we?
Yes.
Let's go back to queen takes c3, bishop takes c3, and because instead of queen takes c3, yeah, sorry, so a few moves back. I think black could also have just played a move like knight a6 instead of queen takes c3
So,
after rook b1.
okay, queen.
So one move back. Here, yeah, this position. Here, black could have also just opted for a move like knight a6, trying to put a knight on c5, because if you play rook takes b7 now, you simply have knight c5 winning the
Double
exchange.
attack.
Yeah. So she could have played that, but instead she chose to exchange the weak c3 pawn against black's b7 pawn, which looks like a good trade to me from the white side.
So it
So
could be a
yeah,
mistake, maybe.
yeah, this is definitely a critical moment. I'm not sure. So yeah, for everybody who's now watching, we are doing this not with any engine help here. I'm just thinking on my head. I don't like using computers because that takes the
I
fun out
also
of it.
don't like it,
Yeah,
so we use our mind. So
yeah.
we don't know yet what is, if it's better for white, for black, but we are trying to figure out it.
I think black should definitely be okay. So after bishop takes c3, rook takes b7. Bishop, oh, it's actually on the board.
Yes,
Bishop.
it's actually on the board.
So yes, this is tip. Yeah, this is what we could have expected. Yep, Carissa is a very tactical player, so she's definitely going to try and see if she can box in the rook on b7.
Mm-mm.
I like your approach there. I mean, just play bishop h6, maybe try to attack the f7 pawn. It makes a lot of sense to me.
This approach.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the knight on b8 is currently still stuck, and if you play
Yep.
some, you cannot play bishop c8 because the rook takes on f7. You might be an actual genius here. Yes, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty. This is like this is the kind of move that you play when you're saying like, okay, you're gonna try to trap my rook, but I'm just going to play very active moves and say, hey, maybe my rook is
My rook
not.
is active there.
Yeah, my rook is just a good piece on b7.
Yep.
You are wrong. That's what she's might be going to try and say.
Yeah, I tried to say that. And we also saw that after f6, actually, it seems like that white misplayed that, but there is the g7 pawn, the g7 square for the rook. So
And that's
after,
the genius part, guys.
yes, bishop c8 and rook g7. And I mean, isn't the rook still? I don't know if the rook is really active or still trapped there.
It looks fine. It looks fine. To
I mean,
play
something
some.
like knight d7
But
is,
how are you ever going to trap the rook?
yeah, maybe
I
knight c6,
play
knight e6.
that takes a long time, and even you have rook f7.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but okay, this looks a bit superficial.
Yes.
Maybe there's an easier way for black to play because okay, after king h1, you don't have to play bishop b6. You could also just play something like bishop c8 first, chase the rook away, and then play knight a6. Just develop. You do have still a weak pawn on d6, but white still has a weak pawn on c4.
Yes.
So it should be more or less still equal. And this is why I think the black's definitely okay. Okay, even after this exchange. Actually, instead of knight a6, maybe bishop e6 is very strong. Or
Attacking
bishop.
immediately a pawn.
Yeah, trying to attack the c4 pawn. But it's going to be very complicated because white's
Yeah.
going to play bishop f4 or bishop a3 or bishop h6 with tempo. So black is not going to win the c4 pawn, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle. I think it's going to be okay. Question for you, Alessia: is black going to play bishop b6 or is she going to develop with bishop c8 and knight a6? What do you think?
Well, I mean, after what we saw, so after bishop b6, this idea with bishop a6 and knight g5, I like this with white. So I think I'm again for development. So I would say bishop c8 and knight h6. And you? What
Oh,
about you?
yeah, me too. I'm also thinking maybe you don't have to play bishop c8 first. Maybe you can play knight bishop e6 immediately.
Oh yeah, but there is a bishop hanging there.
Yeah, I said bishop e6.
Ah, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, trying to make me look bad, are you?
No, I'm sorry. Me bad. I heard something completely different.
I'm joking, of course. Maybe because if you can play knight d7 and knight c5 with tempo, maybe that works. But I think actually it's better to chase the rook away. The rook is really not a bad piece on b7. It could harass the c7 pawn, the rook c7, for example. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because also the bishop here could be a bit vulnerable with a knight g5. So okay, also this is,
yeah,
but okay. Maybe bishop c8 here
yeah,
would be an idea. We will see.
yeah. We will see.
And
It's interesting, definitely.
yeah. And I think we are going to take again a small break. So yes, we will continue to commenting these games after a short break. Be right there. See you in a while. we are back, and I think we are going to start immediately with the daily question, and is going to be, what has been the biggest surprise thus far at Cairns Cup 2020? Oh, Roland, it's your time to reply. What do you think?
Yeah, there have been a lot of surprises already, in my opinion. What strikes me as a surprise is Wenjun, because she just came from the World Championship match, where she was playing a very hectic and very low. Yeah, how do you say? Of course, yeah, it's the World Championship, so that comes along with a lot of pressure, right? So
Yeah.
think that she's now actually the tournament leader shows that she is absolutely deserving of the world championship. She's showing that she is the current world champion and playing, yeah, in great form. Although I must say that she hasn't had the great best positions out of the opening, but she has been playing with great Brazilians and with a lot of energy. So yeah, it surprises me that she's on top, because she just came from the World Championship match, which must have cost a lot of energy for her. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yes.
How about you, Alessia? What is your surprise, biggest surprise so far?
I mean, my surprise. I mean, do you remember the third round? Which opening did Yip Carissa played with black?
Uh, the hippopotamus. That
All
was.
right. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked to see this in a tournament because mostly um I don't really consider that a tournament and high tournament opening. I mean, it's a bit an interesting choice, and I mean, okay, she lost the game, and after the opening, she didn't get anything. What I think is, I mean, when I saw that, I said, "Oh, wow, hippopotamus, wow."
And then we started talking about other openings with animal names and such.
Yeah, do you know the crocodile? Or maybe there is just in Italian. There is an opening called crocodile. I think it's with the setup C6D6 for
Okay,
black, but I
I
don't
haven't.
know more. And I
Oh,
think
that's
that it doesn't
fascinating.
seem like a crocodile.
A
So
cockadra. What is that actually? Is that some sort of bird or something?
is the
Cock.
animal, or maybe I pronounce it badly. Could be. Is the animal that is in. It's very hard to explain. Maybe the chat will help us.
Okay, let's.
Crocodile, crocodile,
A
crocodile. Oh,
crocodile.
sorry.
Crocodile.
Crocodile.
I
Yeah,
thought you were saying something like crocodile. I was thinking maybe a bird that says crocodile. Something.
guys, we have a new animal. All
Yeah.
right.
Guys, if you want to participate in the drawing competition, because you guys can figure out how to draw a crocodile. It's a new bird. Yeah, that lives in fantasy with Alessia's head. So yeah, maybe if you want to join the competition, then write your name down right on the form that we are going to send to you by email. All right. Yeah,
Perfect, perfect. So,
crocodile. A crocodile. Yeah, a crocodile. Okay.
yeah. So I will
uh,
not say that animal. I will not name it anymore. So there is not this opening. It does not exist. And we are going on. So, but we are waiting for your reply on the chat. I will show again the daily question. What has been the biggest surprise thus far at Cairns Cup 2020? We really are waiting to see also your reply. So, Roland, what's happening?
crocodile.
You're still there.
What's happening? It's taking over the broadcast. Crocodile. Okay. I think, yeah. So yeah, daily question, everyone. Do send us your thoughts on what is the biggest surprise, of course, in this tournament so far. I think we should just take a look at what happened in the games. So yeah, okay, this is more or less what we expected. Instead, that Black uh, uh, played bishop c8 and then played bishop e6. She played it in one go, leaving the rook on b7 for now, probably trying to make use of it with knight a6 and knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a good approach. One problem is that white could play knight g5, perhaps trying to kick the bishop away. But yeah, the pawn on c4 is also attacked, so makes sense that she's playing like this. I still like Black's position a lot better than White's. I think Black has a very comfortable King's Indian opening. So
And
yeah,
also, have a look at the time. I mean, it's nearly 30 minutes less for Arika Dronavalli.
that's
So
also a good point. Yep.
it's quite and okay. We are move 21. It's not that bad, but it's not good at all. I mean, it's not plenty of time. Is
Yeah, I think she's under a lot of pressure at the moment, and
mm-mm.
that's why she's thinking so long on this on the opening part here. I think Yip did a great job by choosing this opening, which must have surprised Harika. I'm really thinking that she was surprised by her opening,
Mm.
and the opening she played yesterday, nonetheless, from the black side. So yeah, I
So
like her.
Alekin is suggesting well, it worked here.
Yeah. So, shall we take a look at another game?
Yes. Let's
Yeah, we
see.
could take a look at Gunina. Yeah, exactly. This was the game
Oh,
I
you
also want.
see, we are we thought about the same one. So
Yeah,
we were.
she
Oh, we
played
had.
five.
Wow.
Nice.
So okay, we have, as we said, bishop bc, bishop g7, d3, castle, knight d2, and then f5. So kind of a preparation for that.
Mm-hmm.
I like this move. Is your f5? Do you have an emoticon f5?
Yeah, I shared it in the chat right.
Oh, amazing, amazing. We have f5
Yeah. Do you know why I have F5 as an emote, actually?
because it's your favorite move.
Yeah, it is my favorite move. I play the Dutch from the black side as well.
Oh, the Dutch. Wow.
Dutch, which starts with D4, one D4, and then one F5 as a reply.
Yes.
It's the best opening in the world.
Oh well. I don't play that with no color, so okay. Well, I play a bit the Trompowski, but I never had d4 f5. I would play bishop g5 in the Trompowski style, but I
Hmm.
don't know too much about that.
It's not a bad opening, actually. Yeah, two
Okay,
bishop g5 is not bad. But
but
let's.
this is not
This
a
is not a
diff.
dice.
No,
No.
it's something different. Different. So e take, bishop take, f5, knight e4.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
at least this knight is trying to. I mean, he's in the center. He's putting a bit pressure on black pawns. What do you think?
I think so too. But okay, for example, if black's a bit careless and plays queen e7 here, I think white can make use of that. For example, by playing the move queen h5 here.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think she's going for tactics. I'm not sure that it works, but after h6, to prevent knight takes g5,
Yeah.
because you could, of course, take on e4, but you don't want to give away the bishop pair so easily from the black side. So h6 looks like the most natural move, and now I think white's trying to get the bishop pair back by playing knight g3.
I was playing g5, g4.
Yeah, I would do that if I were you.
It's just because it's my favorite move, so it would be amazing to have. Or
Sorry, I should have asked what's your favorite. G4. Well, not. I wouldn't recommend it here.
I play also in move one. Do you know that?
Oh, you play the Grob opening?
Yes,
Oh,
but none in outboard, not OBT tournament.
don't try that opening at home, guys.
No, I always say that. So yeah, but okay, so not b4, but probably something like knight g3 is more solid.
Yeah. And I'm saying that queen e7 is careless because you want to play knight f4 in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Just with tempo attacking the queen, then you're going to put your bishop somewhere, probably to g6 afterwards. But white here has an in-between move after knight f4, and that's knight takes f5. And if the queen was anywhere else but on e7, yeah, white could not take an f5. So that is what I mean by black being a bit careless. You have to be careful about ideas like this for white. And I think this is exactly what Gunina is looking for, and why she played the move knight e4. She's trying to provoke black into making mistakes like this.
Great.
I'm not saying black's worse after knight takes f5, but it's something that you don't really want.
Yeah.
I think.
So
All right.
that's why black went for knight f4. Wants to
Yeah,
be precise, no?
looks good.
g3 attacking knight
Yeah,
and knight e6.
96 g3 concession in my opinion, because the f2 pawn is going to be quite weak, as well as the king on g1. There are now some holes in the white position, so
Yes,
bishop e3 is always a threat that white needs to be careful about.
as I
I
like to
really
say, white square are like Swiss cheese, so with a lot of holes.
like Swiss cheese. Yeah, yeah, you said that the other.
Yeah, I love this expression. I read once in a book, and then I'm in love
You
with that.
love it. You love
Yeah.
it. You just love to think about food when you play chess.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I had dinner tonight, so I'm fine.
Okay, what
So,
did you?
what did I eat? Oh well,
What
it's too complicated to explain.
Okay, something deeply Italian, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a bit of meat with vegetables, something
Ah,
with proteins.
okay, protein. All right.
Yeah. So this 96, where is it going to go?
I think it's just gonna stay there. Yeah,
Good.
and maybe it's gonna go to d4 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would like to see is just black doubling rooks on the f file
So
and try
maybe
to,
queen e7
yeah,
or
move
queen
aside.
somewhere. I mean, e7 seems.
Yeah, perfect. And maybe even g5, bishop takes e4, knight g5 at some point. Looks
Wow.
also pretty scary for white. And that's mostly because the pawn is not on g2 anymore. If the
Yeah.
pawn was on g2, then white could protect the f2 pawn simply by playing f3, and it would be a lot harder to play against this weak pawn. But now
Yeah.
that the pawn on f2 does not have a supporting pawn on g2, it is a permanent weakness in white's
Hmm.
camp. So yeah, if I would guess the engine assessment here, I would maybe already say +1 for black.
Should I check it?
No, 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 no.
No, no, no. We don't do that.
We don't do that. No, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. Now we're trying to
Yeah,
negotiate.
because now I want to see if you're right or wrong.
I know, I know.
But I really think that you are almost there. So
You really think that Okay. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I'm not. I'm very often wrong, but it feels like this
and
because
mostly the chat is a lot with engines. So probably somebody could say us immediately is 0.92 or something there around. But
Mhm.
okay, we have your knight g2, and okay, your white is going to dance a bit with his knight g2,
Mhm.
knight d2.
Yeah, I don't really like the d5 move there. Yeah, okay, it's good. It's good. It grabs some space. The knight is being pushed back to d2. But black has now also got weak pawns. The pawn on e5 does not have a supporting pawn on d6 anymore. And the pawn on c5 is also not protected by the pawn anymore.
Hmm.
So I don't like d5. It's a very tempting move to play, of course. You are getting space. And yeah, you are pushing the knight away with tempo. But I think you have to play d4 at some point. And that gives away so many squares.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm not really liking this. What do you think, Alessia?
No, I agree. It's very tempting. Probably I would have done that. this,
Oh,
but I agree with you that those two pawns are a bit unstable. But I have a question for you. How is White going to attack them?
yeah. Well, rook e1 comes to mind. Maybe at some point knight f3. I don't think it's possible because of bishop g4 at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
attacking, pinning it, and with the rook on f8. So knight f3, not really. But yeah, rook e1, queen e2, perhaps. If you play queen e2, black has knight d4, which looks a bit annoying. Um, maybe I don't know. Maybe bishop a3 at some point, or yeah, okay. I'm not saying that d5 is bad. I'm just saying that maybe at some point the pawns could make life a bit hard for black.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not liking it. I think you could have played without d5 and playing it. You could have waited with that move. That's more what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
You did not have to chase away the knight so early, although it's probably more or less okay. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think d5 is okay.
Okay. So, I mean, just to say, what move would you suggest here instead of d5?
Yeah, so just try to play queen
Ah,
e7,
as we
rook
said, yeah. Yeah.
a8, maybe g4, knight g5 at some point. You could also play d5 maybe at a later stage, but
Mm-hmm. But there is no hurry to do that.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not saying that d5 is a bad move. I think I can't see really a concrete refutation of that, but it gives white something to play for.
Got it. You could not explain better. So, d5, knight d2, queen d6. Here we
Yeah,
have. The queen is
so
trying to
yeah.
protecting that pawns. Queen h5 and
Mhm.
bishop g6.
Yeah. So she is trying to make life difficult for black, but I think she's also realizing that her position is not so great.
Mm.
Queen h5, I don't really see the point. She goes back. Okay, then knight d4. It would be my reply.
Yeah, because this queen is really losing a lot of tempo now. So queen
Yeah, and bishop
h2, queen.
g6 is a useful move for black to play. So I think Gunina is struggling, and you can also tell by the time management. She is
Yeah.
down not even 20 moves played, and she is already down to 36 minutes for the rest of, yeah, until the 40 move time control.
Mm. Yeah. So here is Maria turn to play, and that's the current position of the game. I think we could move to Costeño Lagno. Oh, king on f7.
Oh, some
Let's,
developments there, yeah?
yeah.
Okay.
So let's see how we get there.
Yeah, so we left off around here, queen a3.
How guess the move here.
Yeah, I was really expecting bishop c6 here, but
Yeah.
maybe I missed something. It looks such a natural move to play.
Mm.
But okay, b5. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, did not expect that one.
Because
Um,
I mean the rook is in this diagonal and Blake just decides to open up that one. So
yeah. Um,
it's
yeah, but
curious.
also she's giving the c5 diagonal permanently to white, more or less.
Mm.
At this point, okay, so my reaction would instantly be c takes d5, and then just develop and just enjoy the dark squares. So just short castle, for example.
Yes.
And yeah, so we discussed before the break that white has good compensation here because
For
of the bishop pair. And even if black's going to play queen e7, white can simply take maybe even and then play bishop a3.
and
Yeah, okay, but here you have b4, and that's probably the point there.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you hear what's going on, by the way, in my background?
Oh,
You can't?
just a
Okay, it's
little
funny.
bit.
There is a fun fair going down my street. So yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, you should say that you're commentating, so they cannot do that.
Yeah, I will shout that from my balcony. Yeah, yeah.
If you do that, you are the king of Twitch.
King of Twitch. Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Yeah. I think they're celebrating Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
let they do that. It's not a problem. We celebrate on stream,
Mm-hmm.
so it's fine anyway.
Yeah. So I think that queen takes e7, king takes e7, bishop a3, b4 is the point of this whole b5 idea.
Because now seems, I think, good for black. Because he has a lot of space, and even if there is the bishop here, I mean, maybe silly is a compensation. But I would choose black, because still a pawn is a pawn, so...
Well, you can win it back with bishop takes d5 here.
Mm-hmm.
E takes d5, or yeah,
Yeah, no.
b takes a3 runs into bishop takes a8.
Yes.
So b takes
So,
d5, bishop takes b4. But this is an opposite color bishop ending, and this should more or less be easy to hold. Black has one weakness, but yeah, only the pawn on d5. But I'm pretty sure that this is easily holdable for a draw. So b5, it's very creative play by Katerina Lagno. It's not a
yeah.
move that you would easily expect.
Yeah.
I think
Cool.
this is the whole point.
Wow.
B-
And it's amazing to see how deep they go with calculation, because it's not just a move. It's about considering a lot of move ahead. So that's nice. So that's the whole sense of this b5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because it also forces white to take on b5 or on d5. So
Yeah.
white actually chose to take on b5. And that's
Yes.
a problem.
Why did exactly that? Probably because all that we saw already. So c take b5, a take b5. And we have bishop f4.
Makes sense. Yeah. She's trying to actively prevent any queen e7 queen trades.
Yeah. Yeah, because after queen e7 there would be bishop d6, I guess. And would be very bad. Okay. So we have 94. Oh, yeah, actually this 94 could be also for to play queen e7 next move.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's the idea of that.
I think so, yeah. Queen e7 is the next move, and then black should more or less be fine. If you can exchange queens, it should be okay.
Yeah.
But rook c1 comes to mind. What do you think about rook c1? My idea is that if you play queen e7 now, that I can simply take on e7,
and rook
king
c7.
rook c7. But okay, yesterday I was commentating with Anna Kremlin, and she likes the game King of the Hill. Do you know the game?
Yes, I know that. Also,
Yeah.
I'm going to challenge her in some King of the Hill. Will be funny.
Yeah. So why I'm bringing that up, after queen e7, queen takes e7, king takes e7. The point of King of the Hill is to put your king in the center, and then you won. So yeah, after rook c7, king f6, you're almost winning if you play King of the Hill.
Yeah. So I mean, you gotta just remove the bishop and then bring your king to e5, and you're really there. So so she would love that.
But I think that the king is also, in normal chess, I think this is also pretty safe. If white maybe has one more move extra, for example, to play rook c1, then maybe this would have been slightly dangerous. But I think with the king on f6, the rooks are connected on the 8th rank. I think black should be more or less fine.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with the Grandmaster.
Oh.
No, generally I think that...
All right.
That's true, because I mean, I don't see always when I think that one side can have chance to attack, I try to think about how to do that. So, and here, maybe white should try to attack the king, but how to do that? Seems that king is quite safe there. So,
Yeah, exactly my point. I think the king cannot really be made use of
yeah.
here. And so I think, well, you do have F3 ideas, perhaps. Oh, I missed that. F3 is pretty annoying.
Oh,
Hmm. You have
yeah,
to play knight g5, but now h4 and the knight's trapped. Ooh. Okay.
oh,
Okay. Rook
poor
c1.
knight.
Maybe interesting.
Okay, so,
If the king cannot go to f6,
yeah,
then
then there is a reason for that, because then the rooks are not connected. So king e8,
yeah, and now short castle, rook c1. Looks like pretty good compensation there.
yeah, I agree. Because now the point is also this: it's not just that the king was not weak on f6, but also that the rook were connected, and now suddenly the rook are not connected, and so it's a problem. And
Yeah,
that's why I want to remind the sense of castling that is really not just to bring your king in a good place, but also to connect rooks. And this is a good example to see how important it is. If not, there is not a good coordination between the two rooks. So
yeah.
that's a good example. So this idea is really good. You're a genius.
Aw, thank you. Well, I just saw it, but looks interesting, right? So bishop takes
Yeah,
e4. Okay, I have to mention this as well. It makes sense to exchange on e4 as well.
yeah,
Although I would probably go for the other line because taking on e4 makes things quite easy for black. So I want to postpone taking on e4 as long as possible.
yeah. Because I mean, at any moment, even let's say queen e7, can
Mm.
white just take here and then take on e4, and is more or less the same as before, or is it better to have the queen on the board?
Oh, and sorry, Alessia, but you have to take your genius comment back. I think I made a mistake there. I missed
Oh,
some. Yeah,
so we are going to see that.
yeah. Rook c1. One problem here, and that Black's probably going for is to move Queen a5.
Ah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's true
very
because
nice way to castle for Black because the king. Yeah, with the knight on e4, you have no bishop d2,
yeah,
and
that's true. So I
and
mean,
so
king f1 is here the move, no?
and black is now disrupting white's development. So now b4, the king is now on the next move able to castle, and there are no problems for black anymore.
Oh yeah, that's true. But
So yeah,
okay, Roland, I'm sure that you will have other chances to show that you are a genius. So
I'm not going to actively try and prove it, but I'll do my best for you, of course.
I believe that. So so that's why probably Alexandra decided to take on e4.
Makes sense. Yeah, so that bishop d2 is now available as an answer move.
Yeah. And the bishop on from d2 is also preventing the b4 move, so it's keeping a bit everything under control.
And also, if black's going to play queen e7, white has bishop d6 as a
Yeah.
reply.
Yes. So okay, not here because white black should take back as it did in the game, but that's always an idea to reply to queen e7 with bishop d6.
Yeah, so now white played short castle, I guess, yeah?
Yes, f6, queen
Yeah,
b4.
good
Okay,
move, queen b4. Makes sense to attack e4 and provoke black into playing f5.
what is happening if black
Yeah,
plays
f5
f5?
really weakens a lot of dark squares, so in the long term, the g7 pawn could become weak. White has all the play here after f5. You don't want to play that.
Yeah, and also a point here. Let me know if you agree in that. When there are a lot of strong pieces on the board, so queen and rooks, to have opposite color bishop is actually not making the position drawish, but actually even more complicating and with chances for both colors. Why? Because white could attack with more pieces on the black squares, and black doesn't have a bishop to defend the black squares. So it's like he's playing a piece up on the dark squares. And what do you think about that?
I agree. I think what they usually say about opposite colored bishops, whoa, is that the one with the initiative usually has an advantage there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. I think f5 weakens a lot of squares and gives white the initiative. Black really has to be careful not allowing black to make use of those dark squares. So f5 would be really anti-positional and could hurt black in a big way later on.
Okay, that's
Mm-hmm.
why black played king at f7.
Mm-hmm.
Here we
Yeah.
have
Rook c1 makes sense.
and
5. Yeah, shows he's
bishop
playing
a
well.
bishop a3, rook c8,
Mm-hmm.
and
Trying to
that's
make...
the current position.
Okay.
Actually,
I have a
not.
question. I have a
What?
question for you. What would your prediction be in this game? Do you think white has, white's going to win, or do you think that it's going to be a draw, or do you think that black's going to win?
I really think that black is not going to win because, I mean, already now in this position, white could take back the pawn, and then for sure black should not be winning or
Mm-hmm.
not chances. I think that as long as queen are on the board, white has chances to win the game. Even if I think there is a good control, because this structure actually prevents that this bishop becomes too strong. So I think that white has a really good chances to equalize the position here. What do you think?
I think so too. I think, there's one big problem in black's position, and that's the activity of the bishop on a4. If that bishop can somehow be activated, or if black, for example, let's maybe the bishop can somehow get active through the c2 square or something like that. It is when the e4 pawn is gone, the bishop can maybe reroute itself towards f5 or e6. It's that in that way.
So
But
the
yeah,
ideal square would be the e6 square for that bishop.
well, if you're optimistic, then c4 I think would probably be the best.
Yeah, it's
But
okay. A long trip.
so I think we are only playing for two results.
Mm-hmm.
I think that white is definitely on top here, and that if probably white's going to take the pawn on e4, and there is also another weakness in black's camp, and that's the h7 pawn.
Oh.
Yeah, so after queen takes e4, then the rook on h8 cannot move for now because of the pawn on h7.
Haha, yep.
So I think that black is still in a bit of trouble here.
But
Although,
actually here I see that after black played queen d7 and
Mhm.
black took back. So now the h7 is just there, hanging.
Yeah,
Or
so
not.
he's sacrificing a pawn. In exchange for, after queen takes h7, black's probably going to play bishop c2. Yep.
Yep.
And so black
Let's
is
see.
getting something in return for the pawn.
And what do you
Well-
think? Is this enough compensation?
Yeah, I definitely think so, because black has rook c4 here.
Oh. Yeah, and there
Queen
is
h8, rook c8. Would you accept my draw, dear?
your draw for sure.
Rook c8.
Immediately. I'm ready.
But white can get out with queen h5 and queen f3, I think.
Yeah, okay. If I'm playing you, I'm ready to shake hands.
Better always play for a win, Alessia.
Yeah, I'm a practical player.
Oh, excuses, excuses.
No, it's fine.
I think, okay, the pawn doesn't really matter. White's definitely the one playing for a win here, but black has a very solid position, and it's not so easy for. I think, okay, what white needs to do is keep the queens on the board, but I don't think he's able to do that. Because after queen f3, the queen is going to c6 or f5.
Okay, here g6 or bishop g6
Bishop
pro.
g6. Yeah, and after queen f3, only move, you could play queen c6.
Yeah.
And force white to trade queens. Although after queen g4, maybe the queen is getting out of there. Yeah. Queen can go to b4. And queen e4 loses the rook on c8.
Opa. Not. We're not going to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so white still has winning chances here. It's not so easy. If the queens can be on the board, then it's not so easy to draw this as black. I think black still has to struggle.
Yeah. So let's see what is the current position. So yeah, okay, white just took here. So after some calculation, okay, we have bishop c2 also. Let's see if we have a check. Okay, we will have some queen moves, probably queen h4 or queen h5. So I think we are going to take a short break again, and then we will be back exactly in this position and we will see if there are already some moves. So see you in a while. are back again, and we are right on the game with again between Kostaniuk and Lagno. So, do we have some moves? Let's check it.
Yeah, we have a few moves. So queen h5 as predicted, and after bishop g6, white played queen f3. And yeah, I was trying here from the black side, trying to exchange queens somehow. But black is just trying to consolidate with a move bishop f5. And I like it. I like bishop f5. One of the problems in white's camp is that black is very active. Black has the c file for now and the d file as well, occupied by the queen. And the queen on f3 is not exactly participating yet. If it were on b4, it would have been much more active, for example. But black is just trying to improve her pieces. The bishop, as I mentioned, is perfectly placed on e6 and maybe later on c4. So I like bishop f5. It makes a lot of sense to play like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh, we have a first
okay,
repetition of moves.
okay, queen h5. Do you think it's a draw offer after bishop g6?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, because there are different kind of player. I mean, there are players that likes to repeat moves and then change, and because like this, they are first of all they see the intention of the opponent, and second of all they are also one move uh, near to move 40. And there are other players, and for example, I think that at the World Championship match, Polgar said that she doesn't like to repeat because she says, if I want to play on, why should I repeat? Why should I waste my time in repeating moves? I just want to go on. And what is your approach there?
I like to see what my opponent thinks. I want to see how my opponent approaches the position. So I would repeat once and see if oh
Oh,
we're
we have a
getting
draw.
we have probably the first result of today's round.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and I think, oh, yeah,
Okay, they should
yeah,
sign
that's three times
because they
repetition.
did already 3 times. So
Yeah, so this is probably shaking of hands
yeah.
right now.
Yeah, so I think we can move to others games. Maybe we go back to Crush Arena, Konerwampu, and oh wow, we have already an endgame. Let's see more or less where we left.
Yeah,
Okay, these have three we saw. We saw c take d4, queen take d4, queen take c8, rook take c8, and rook take d4. Okay, what
yeah.
do you think about this position?
Well, I still the thing that I like black because of the development. All pieces are more or less active. The only piece that's not really active is the rook on a8. But there are also weaknesses in white's camp. Knight c5, knight b3 comes to mind. Um, bishop b3, rook c2 is sometimes an idea. Also makes a lot of sense. I like black here so far, but the question is, white is going to try and develop. So a move like e4, knight c3 is coming. Bishop going to e2, short castle, moves like that. And it should, the question is white on time to stop
Yeah,
black from finishing white off here? So white's definitely under pressure, but I think that if white makes accurate moves, then she could be okay. I like knight c3 as a move because it's not easy to kick the knight away.
so let's see what she did. Yeah, she did bishop c4.
Hmm. Not a move I would play very quickly, but yeah, because bishop c4 makes sense. You want to provoke white into playing knight c3, and after bishop takes f1, white does not have the bishop pair anymore, which is a big asset in long term. But what I don't like is that white is getting development in
Yeah.
return. Rook is already on f1, rook f2, rook d2, and white is in a perfectly okay position. So it's surprised that she chose to play bishop c4. Do you think there might have been a better move somehow?
We can shortly go. I mean, something. I mean, I I can understand this move because if I mean, let's say White completes development, and then Whites have bishop pair, so would not be bad. So the question is Black in time to stop it or not? So I would try to see direct move. If any other move is working, I would choose this bishop c4.
Yeah.
So maybe a rook c2 here could be an idea.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Now White has a few moves, but I think Rook D2 makes the most sense. Trying to protect the B2 pawn, exchange one pair of rooks maybe. So Rook A C8 is then probably the best move.
Yeah.
And here White's probably, yeah, I don't think you can move the knight really, because then Rook C1 will come.
Oh.
That
Okay.
might be a problem.
But king has the f2 square
That's true, but then the bishop on F1 is pinned for a
for
long time.
life.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm guessing, yeah. No, it looks scary to allow Rook C1. I think maybe E4 or Knight D4
Also,
looks
knight c3 is the same.
okay. Rook C1.
Indeed, because this rook is. We are in a similar case as the rook on b7 in the game of Yip Carissa against Arika Dranavili against Yip Carissa. So is the rook there trapped or is strong?
Oh, it's definitely strong. I don't see any way that it could be trapped here. Do you
Yeah.
see?
Okay, I saw some bishop g5 e4 and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
some idea.
It's black to move first, huh?
Yeah.
So I would try something like Knight C5 or Knight E5. And after you could play bishop takes f6, or yeah, or bishop g5,
I
of
go for
course.
my idea too.
Yeah. All right. Now let me see if I can trick you somehow. Knight b3.
Okay, and after you have bishop c4 here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this knight b3 is a serious threat. I should take a bit more
Yeah. But it is more or
care.
less burning all your bridges for black, because you can also play something like bishop takes f6, g takes f6, knight takes d5, totally destroying black's pawn structure.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing it's worth it for black because the bishop on f1 and the rook on h1 are really not doing anything. So it takes a
Yes.
while for them to get out. And if you have knight b3 and rook c2 on the board, it actually might be worth it to give away the d5 pawn and let your pawn on f6 be this yeah be
Yeah, that's true. Actually, here is really rook c2 with the idea, rook d2 is a serious threat because
mhm.
this bishop is going to have serious problem. So let's put an a4 move. Just that doesn't make any sense. Rook c2 check, and
Yeah,
if king g3 probably here.
yeah, that's probably good enough. Yeah, this is
Okay,
exactly the point that I was trying to make here.
maybe there is still bishop d3. Oh no, huh? Maybe
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, so maybe not knight d2, but maybe just rook takes b2 and then
b2. Yeah,
b1 on the next move.
yeah.
Makes
So
sense. I'm thinking. This is really a question. Yeah, if Nicaea is in the chat and if she's listening to us, then I really would like to hear the question. If she was maybe considering this line, it would be interesting to hear back from them about
yeah,
this position. And yeah, let me also give then a shout out to Nicaea because Nicaea is actually the person who's on the scene next to the player boards, more or less. And she is going to try and provide us with some interviews of the players who are now participating in this tournament. So hopefully we can give you some interviews. And yesterday it was actually fun, or no, the day before, because Carissa Yip was playing in a Chess.com hoodie, and she
Oh,
won her first game. Well, we are from Chess.com, so we're saying, of course,
so it
because
brings
of
luck.
that hoodie, she won.
I will buy it immediately. But I want you will show me after the hoodie that she had, the precise hoodie, because I gotta buy that one.
It's a black one with the green letters, chess.com. Yeah,
Ah, okay,
maybe
okay.
we can show you guys as well later, so we will see. But
So the winning hoodie. So this is really a cool line.
yeah, I'm thinking it might be the way to go here for black, just to go all out, aggressive initiative here, instead of playing with bishop
Bishop.
c4, which more or
Yeah, that is
less,
bit slow and
yeah, a bit,
allows white to develop.
yeah, exactly.
So bishop c4, knight c3. It went on like this as we predicted.
Yeah,
And
all right.
here knight e5.
Okay, it makes sense. You want to put the knight on c4 and try to attack some pawns on the queen side. Yeah,
So do you think that black is still pushing in this position, or what do you think?
I think slightly, but I also think that white should be able to solve everything because white has some development now. All the pieces are more or less working, and black still has a rook on a8, which is not really participating. So black still needs some time to get that rook active, and I
Yeah.
do think black is causing white some problems with the knight c4 move. But I do think that almost all pieces from white are perfectly placed. The rook is getting to f2. E4 is going to get played, and I think white should be okay.
Yeah. So let's see how the game went. We have rook f2, as you said. Knight c4, as you said. Bishop take f6. G take f6. And
Mhm.
I have a question for you. Is this pawn structure weak or is stable enough?
It depends. In certain positions, for example, if let's place the black king on e7, for example, yeah. Let's say, yeah, now you could play, for example, a move like rook h4, and that could potentially, yeah, be a target for the h7 pawn could become a target at some point.
Okay.
But in this position, the h7 pawn is nicely protected. I don't think it is that much trouble, but she does have to be careful about the h7 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think right now it's not really a weakness, but it could potentially be in the future.
So, okay, there are here issues. You mentioned the h7 pawns, but what about this pawn? Is this weak or is it very easy to protect it?
No, it's okay. That pawn is okay because it can be protected by the king. It can be protected by f5 as well. And then the pawn is not exactly weak, I would
Okay.
say. No, the h7 pawn I think is the problem piece if you take on f6 like this.
Okay, good. So here white went for 91, protecting the overprotecting. Actually, no, protecting the e3 pawn and overprotecting the b2 pawn. Was this move
Yeah.
necessary? Probably.
Well, white has a few choices. I don't really like knight d1 because I want to solve somehow the b2 a3 problem. And I'm not really sure how we are going to do that. Maybe the long-term idea is just to play rook c2, king e2, e4, and then knight e3 at some point. Maybe that's the way to solve it. But there are some tactics in the air there.
Yeah,
So I,
because the rook is not protected on c2.
yeah, so I would have tried to play a bit more active. For example, with a move like knight e4. I'm not sure if it works, but I want to try this.
And if
It's typically
f5?
commentated. Yeah, f5. I want to play knight d6.
Oh,
Yeah, just exchange everything and say, okay, let's make a draw.
okay. And here's, yeah, I mean, black is forced to take. there is not other.
Yeah. So the problem is after knight e4, black has knight takes e3.
Uh-huh.
And after knight takes f6, king g7, the knight has to move. You still have to threat knight c2.
Oh, and so let's try to see some checks, and but
Mhm.
after maybe king h6.
Yeah, king g6 runs into knight f4.
Yes.
And after king f5, you do have g4 actually, which should be okay.
Well, amazing. So here the precise move is king h7. This is sorry, king h6.
And
And
now I want to try rook h4. Not sure if it works, but yeah, looks okay.
and our king g5.
G3.
Uh-huh.
It looks weird though. I mean, black should be able to get some initiative in this line, but I usually try to get something concrete because I think that with the knight on c4, white still has a long-term problem ahead. So I'm trying to solve it as soon as possible.
Oh,
Although the
but
rook,
maybe knight f5 here.
yep, you are correct. Rook h3, beautiful.
Wow, but this rook is not
Oh, you're right.
serious.
This looks absolutely terrible, of course. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, maybe just this and then rook a and rook c8 and
you're right.
should
Yeah,
be good for black.
that's terrible. Yeah, so yeah, but I feel like there is something like this in the position. Maybe you just need to play a bit more patient. Maybe just rook d3 makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then maybe try to put the knight on a more active square instead of on d1.
Yeah, because on d1 is very passive, and so the only way to activate is, as you said, rook c2 and then slowly knight f2. So we are
Hmm.
trying to find something better for white here, more active.
Yeah, exactly. But knight d1 also makes sense, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you one of the threats that was in the position. Let's say you play a move like rook e2 instead of knight d1.
Okay.
Black had the idea to take on b2 or on a3.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
the knight on c3 is hanging, so
yeah,
that's the
exactly.
point of that.
Yeah, that's why knight d1. It wasn't necessary, I think, but it does make sense to prevent against tricks like this.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got a few more moves, so let's take a
So
look at.
knight d1, b5, protecting the king and stabilizing it in the at the c4 square. Rook
Makes sense.
c2, a3, protecting the b5 pawn. King e2. As really as you said, is exactly the setup that you said. Rook c2, king e2 to protect the e3 pawn, and then knight f2. Will we have knight f2 too?
Maybe knight f2. Yeah, I
Okay.
think I said e4 and knight e3, but knight f2 also makes a lot of sense. Definitely.
So white played rook take d8, rook take d8, and knight f2.
Yeah,
And
look,
that's the current position. What do you think?
I think it's a draw.
Yeah. Are they going to shake hands soon? Or
Yeah,
waiting for that?
I think so. Well, yeah, I think so because I don't see a clear way for either players to try and get some activity. The knight on c4 is very strong at this point.
Yeah.
It keeps the rook busy, it keeps the pawns busy on the queen side. I guess black may have some potential to push, but it's not a lot. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
really see how you could push. One of the ideas white has perhaps to play knight e4 and knight d2, trying to solve the knight on c4.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting black to play f5. But then white could play knight d3 and perhaps just maybe start attacking on the queen side, for example, knight c5 or knight b4. But I like black's because of the knight on c4, which is a very stable piece, and as I mentioned already, it's a long-term asset. I do think the black's a bit better. Yeah, and also king f8, king e7, rook g8 could be potential ideas there. Maybe to get some initiative on the king side as
Hmm.
well. Okay, maybe black's going to push this. I mean, I think black is a bit better, and so I'm expecting black to try and push this a little bit.
So
Although
let's see
maybe,
if we have actually we have the yes we have f5 as you predicted. Yeah, we
mm,
have f5 and knight d3.
all right. But yeah, she also has less time humping
Yeah,
queen rook.
that's true. Half of it. So and there are still 14 moves to do. So she has to be fast. She has to be
Yeah,
fast.
1 minute per move. Although some moves play itself, you just could play king f8 here already immediately, I think, without a problem.
Yeah.
Or just put the king on f6. Either is fine. I would put the king on e7. I think king e7 looks good,
Yeah.
and then I'll see.
Yeah. So let's move to other games. Let's go back to Zanitsinana, you and Ju. So we stopped at this
Okay.
c4 and let's see how the game went on because here is a lot of moves, a lot of fire. So
Did she play queen d8 back?
yeah,
Oh, okay. Did not expect that one.
I mean the queen is now protecting the d5 pawn. So it's quite a unusual way to protect a pawn, just going
Mhm.
back with a piece. But maybe could be that the queen on b6 doesn't have any more the sense to attack the b2, so she just
Yeah, but you could have also, instead of queen d8, you could have also tried a developing move. Try to simply develop, and for example, what about bishop e6? Makes sense to me.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, maybe she was afraid of the c5 setup. Maybe she
Hmm.
wanted to protect against the c5 push because then, well, if black's going to play queen d8, then c5 doesn't really make a lot of sense, of
Ah,
course. So
yeah.
maybe that's what she was most worried about there. But okay, I don't
In
dislike
I have a
this.
question here. After c5, you say it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's just because he's not winning a tempo here, or because black can go for e5 at one
Well, in
point.
the other position, we had a bishop on e6,
Yeah.
and that bishop wasn't ideally placed. You want the bishop probably on g4 or on f5.
Uh
So
huh.
then that way you would win a tempo
Okay.
on the black side.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
why.
with the queen d8, I think black's actually preparing against c5. So that also means what is critical, I think, here is c takes d5 and then rook c1. Oh, that's what happened.
Yes, that's the game. That's
Okay.
the game.
All right.
So
So let's
here
see if she can.
Wenjun replied with bishop g7,
All right. Now
just
bishop c4.
developing. Yeah, bishop c4 seems also critical. Developing, attacking the queen. Queen d6.
All right. Makes sense.
So
And
and
now,
here d5. I
yeah,
mean,
I like it. I like it. It's in the spirit of the position.
mm,
So once again, this is probably what we've talked about in another game as well. This is again the difference in development.
yeah,
Um, Black has, if Black can get out all his pieces in and develop all her pieces with bishop g4, short castle, then Black's more or less fine.
yeah.
But since White is up in development, if White can do something right now, Black could get in trouble. So that's why I like d5. In the long run, Black has a good position, but on short term, White could potentially make things really difficult for Black.
So Zanite is trying really to put pressure on the woman world champion. So
Yeah,
d5 is really putting a bit pressure on her because she gotta be fast. Developing,
yeah.
and let's see what she did.
95 looks good. Just very
Bishop,
solid move.
yeah, bishop b5 check.
Hmm.
And here, what do you think? Is good to simplifying the position like this? Is helping.
Usually, yeah, usually not. I would say usually when you have isolated pawn, you want to keep as much pieces on the board as possible.
Yeah.
Um, but maybe there is some hidden trick that I haven't seen yet, and if that's the case, then this might be a good move. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. Chess is a concrete game,
yeah.
so yeah,
So
it's not
if
only strategy and long-term play. It's sometimes just also tactics and dynamic play, of course.
so now I have a question. What do you think about the quote "Chess is 99% tactics"? Is the right
Uh,
percentage or not?
yeah, I not 99% is a bit much, but I think something like 90% is tactics. Yeah. Well, I think you had the quote slightly wrong there. I think the quote was uh, 90% of the games are decided by tactics. I think that was the
Huh.
quote. Yeah,
Wow.
and that
I always knew that read it like this. Wow. Okay. I learned something more today.
I thought that was the case. I could be wrong though.
Could be. We will
I
see.
mean, I predicted a lot of moves today, but I'm not. I'm not a wizard. I'm not Harry Potter's brother, so I could be wrong.
We will see. Isn't I mean at the end the meaning is the same. So and you said 90%. So
90%. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Yeah.
yeah, so the point here is does White has a technical reason for that?
Yeah, that's my question. If she doesn't, then these exchanges are not very good for her. But there might be something.
So she took on e5, bishop take e5, and just castle.
Just castle. All right. So then the big question is there a tactic of the short castle from Black?
Wow.
What do you think? Are we missing something?
Don't.
Hmm. I want to play knight c5, but I first want to push the knight on e4 away. So maybe something
Yeah.
like queen 3 or f3. Hmm. Okay, then knight f6. Doesn't look all that dangerous to me.
Yeah, that's true. It
Hmm.
looks a bit weird because
Hmm.
I mean something like f4, f5 could be a possibility. Just trying to be as direct as possible.
Oh, wow, that's daring. f4, f5? Wow. All right. Yeah, I love ideas like that, but I'm always a bit concerned because f4, f5 does weaken your own king as well. So it's a double-edged strategy.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking that I mean long term I think that black should be really fine here. Actually it's white that has problem because this pawn is going to be weak.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. So I do think white is fine, but I do also think that black is very comfortable here.
mm, mm,
I think white is having the problems here, and that she has to solve it now. So do you mind if we go back a few more moves? I want to see if I can maybe improve on white's play slightly. So yeah, a few more moves. I like d5, but maybe bishop b5 was not the best.
mm,
Maybe I can try and play something like, hmm, yeah, I want to play, hmm, just thinking out loud here. What if I just play something like,
we like to enter in the mind of a grandmaster.
hmm, I want to play something active, but not sure what.
I mean it's quite clear that one pair of pieces will be exchanged, no? Because the knight on
Yeah.
f3 is also attacked. So
Mhm.
what is the best combination of pieces to exchange for white?
Well, I don't want to exchange anything if possible.
And how can you do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So. I want to go for some tactics because if you don't have any tactics in the position, then I think black's more or less fine. But let's take on e5 first.
So
Let's
we are
let's
going to change pieces.
yeah, because I think you have to, unfortunately. And after okay, queen takes runs into bishop d4, I think.
Yeah.
That looks a bit scary. I'm not sure if it still works, but
Because
hey,
there is still. Okay, should work.
it should work. I was worried for queen f4 or queen f5, perhaps. But here you have probably just short
Yeah,
castle with no threats here.
should be.
Yeah, this makes sense. So I don't think queen takes e5 is good. I think black has to take with bishop, makes more
Yeah.
sense. And now, for example, I could try and play something like bishop h6, perhaps. I just want to disrupt, yeah, but now you have queen b4, and instead of disrupting
Our
black's,
king.
yeah, white's development's going to get.
So maybe this was the point, because here white cannot castle because there is an h2 pawn hanging, and
Yeah,
actually this queen b4 is coming. So maybe a3 here.
well, but then black simply castles without.
Yeah, and there is not anymore this bishop h6 preventing
Oh,
it.
I have an idea. I have an idea. I want to
Yes.
play. Oh no, it doesn't work. Oh,
Something
doesn't
like
work.
queen f3.
Yeah. So instead of a3, I want to play something else. Yeah, maybe queen f3. Yeah.
Because, I mean, if he moves the knight, probably we have bishop c5. So,
Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's play queen c2. I see mate, and I'm getting excited like
oh! So, what about queen b4 here?
king e2.
Wow! And knight gotta go somewhere. Like knight d6?
Yeah. Okay. And now
Okay,
probably you just have problems here. Yeah.
so
Bishop
if knight
d3.
f6, who is the mate?
Yeah, so let's go back once. I see a tactic and I'm getting exciting, guys. That's me.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
like
the tactic
this.
is knight of 6.
Knight f6 here.
Yeah, bishop b5, bishop d7, queen c8.
Ah! And
That's the
after rook
one.
c8, we have
Yeah,
the mate. That's it.
yeah, looks good.
Yes? So
Yeah,
here
but
black has to play king f8.
yeah, and then bishop h6 is probably still mate.
Oh,
So
yeah.
queen takes
So we gotta show the other mate.
queen takes c8
Oh
still.
la la.
Yeah, I
Alright.
think okay, so I'm trying to see if there are tactics like this in the position, but this queen c2 move is a tactic, of course, and I'm not so sure if it works because of your queen b4 move. Although maybe it's okay. For example, you could play something like knight d2, still trying to keep things active, but
Yeah.
queen takes b2 might already work after knight takes d2, indeed. Well, actually, queen takes b2 runs again into bishop b5, so it is more interesting than it looks.
Oh. Because cannot black just take back?
Oh, then never mind. I blundered, excuse me. Yeah, yeah, you can simply take the bishop on b5, yeah.
So maybe this is a problem?
Yeah, this is probably okay for black, so. Yeah, okay, so once again, I'm trying to make things work tactically, but maybe it's not possible.
Maybe it
So.
was really not so easy for Nana.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and that she was just trying to consolidate. But in that case, I really like Black's position, and maybe the Queen D8 move was actually a brilliant one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are closing in on time trouble, so let's
Yes,
take a
so let's have a look how it went. They changed some pieces, have we saw castle, bishop take b2, and
Yeah,
let's update bishop take b2,
I
and we
think
have
Jeanne is satisfied with her position and is trying to make to go for a win here.
yeah, to put some pressure. So bishop d4 again, exchanging some pieces, knight f6. Oh, so I think now is really comfortable for black. Black is going to castle, and then there is a weak pawn, and black is already a pawn up. What do you think?
No, I definitely agree with you. I think black has the better position here. Yeah. And you know what they say about isolated pawns, right? The
Uh,
more pieces you exchange,
yes,
uh, the worse it is for the one with the isolated pawn.
yes. So, and again, still is also a pawn. Black is a pawn down. There is a b4, an extra b4, b pawn. So is
Mhm.
I think is really good for black here.
Yeah, so rook fd1 is
Is
played to protect the d5 pawn. And now probably short castle. And after that, white does get some compensation with knight c5. Oh, I
that's why
love b6.
b6.
Oh, I love b6. Yeah, that makes so much
I
sense.
think that you and you heard the podcast. You said 95 and she immediately placed b6.
Yeah, it's
Um,
like she was expecting my pre-move there, right? Knight
yes. Yeah, so b6 preventing knight c5, and next move probably will be castle, and then black should be really fine
I
and
do
push.
think what happens after d6 though?
Wow.
Yeah, so
I mean, something like
maybe it's
e6.
okay. Just short castle probably.
Ah, short castle. Yeah, because if takes, you can take back with the queen.
Yeah, and I don't think white can make use of the weaknesses there. So
Mm-mm.
it does look a bit scary, doesn't it? I mean, white does have a lot of initiative at the moment, and all the active pieces, and yeah, there should be something in here for white. Although I don't see a lot yet. But she has to try something like d6, otherwise she is going to get overrun.
Yes,
For example, if you don't play d6 but play a move like h3, for example, and if
instead
black
of.
instead of d6, yeah, let's say h3, short castle. Let's make a dumb move. Let's play king h1, which doesn't make sense. Black's simply going to play rook fd8 and just be a happy camper. Just try to attack the d5 pawn, which is already falling, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is why white has to act really fast. Otherwise, the d pawn is going to be a real target for black to play for.
So yeah, let's see if white will play this d6 or not. And
Maybe there's another
probably.
active move as well. Maybe something like queen e5 also makes sense. Trying to play rook c7,
Oh no,
sorry,
sorry.
queen e5.
Queen a5. And trying to maybe rook c8, rook c7, yeah.
Exactly. Looks like black is not comfortably pawn up yet.
Yeah, that's true.
All
So
right.
we will see how
Yeah,
it
we
will
will.
go on.
We've talked a lot about this position, about this game, so let's take a look at another one.
Let's
Which
go.
one do you want to go to? Yeah.
Let's go to Hip Carissa. This was a wow. This was
Oh, okay. Some big developments here.
so we were here. We were at
Yeah.
the point of actually we have Bishop c8 back. Wow.
Oh, that is not a good sign. That
Mm,
is not a good sign. So she went forward and then she went back. I think she miscalculated then. I think she realized that the rook on b7 is actually a really annoying piece and that
hmm.
she really thought needed to push that thing
To
away.
push that away. Hmm.
Yeah, I think I don't like bishop c8. I would have at least tried to play knight a6 in this move,
Mm,
in this position, but the problem is probably that knight g5 is coming, and the
yeah.
bishop e6 is attacked as well as the pawn on f7.
Mm-mm.
But I then give up your e6 bishop, I would say, because bishop e6 and bishop c8 that must give Harika some confidence because she's getting two tempi for free, more or less,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
for one tempi, one
S-
tempo.
yeah, one tempo. One tempo. So Bishop c8 and Rook b3. At least the rook is now back. And she went now for knight e6.
Yeah, so she could have this position already earlier, but with
One.
okay. Okay, but funny thing, it transposes because white is now playing rook d1.
Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So she cannot make use of the extra tempo because
Because she
rook
moved the
c1,
rook in this tempo. She
rook
played rook
c1 was there.
c1. So she used here the tempo and then she moved the rook again.
Yeah,
So, yeah. So we are in the same position. And here we have c file played
yeah.
by Yip Carissa.
That is a big concession. That's not a move you would really like to make here. But I think she had to because otherwise the d6 pawn will fall. Um,
And now the d5 square is very weak. But is there a way to use this? Or.
it takes some time. I mean, you do want to play knight f4, knight d5 as soon as possible. So that's probably why black. Did she play bishop g5 here? Makes a lot of sense to play that.
Yes, f6 and bishop e3, trying to.
Ah, nice. Yeah, beautiful. The bishop on d4 is a really strong piece, so you want to exchange that. And provoking f6 also helps because that could be a target, for example, if the knight's ever coming on d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's why she played bishop p6, attacking the c4 pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and she replied protecting it, rook c3.
Okay.
So here you would prefer white.
Oof, that's a tough question. I mean, black. I mean, I think actually still black. I don't know exactly why, but my reasoning is black has an okay bishop on e6,
Yeah.
and white has a still boxed in bishop on g2. So, for example, you could already think about playing a move like g5 here, trying to keep the knight boxed in on h3, and so that knight f4, knight d5 is not possible yet. It
Yeah.
is, it is black to move here, right?
Yes, black played knight b4. That is
Mhm.
attacking. And also, actually, yeah. I mean, it's true that white can bring a knight to d5, but it's also true that black could bring a knight to d4.
Yeah, that's true.
So to put a knight on d4 would be very nice for for
Yeah.
black also because a knight on d5 could be at any moment, if it gets too dangerous, be exchanged by the bishop, but a knight on d4 not.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point you make there. Uh,
So
and but there are some weaknesses in the position. For example, white also has the idea to play rook c3, rook a3 at some point, and we've discussed this in another position as well. The a pawn could become a potential target because of the rook a3 move. So
yeah.
yeah, I'm trying to think long term here. I do think black for now is pretty much okay, but I am a bit concerned about all the weaknesses in the position. And knight f4, knight d5. White could wait with that move for okay, but I do think that black should be fine here. The knight's getting to d4. There's
Yeah.
nothing white can do about it, and the pawn on c4 and the pawn on d6 are more or less canceling each other out. Both pawns are weak, and with the knight on d4, the pawn on d6 is actually protected. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think I like black here still.
So let's see what how it went. Rook d2 to protect the pawn. Rook
Hmm.
b8. Yeah, also we never mentioned the b file. Um, is it useful at the moment, or maybe it could be useful? For example, putting white could put a knight on d4 and then attack the c4 pawn where through rook b4
Yeah, it makes
could be useful, no?
definitely. Yeah, rook b8, very logical move.
Knight f4 attacking the bishop, king f7. So
Yeah, makes sense.
black is
I,
ready to change it. And actually white changed the bishop. Oh. And
hmm.
now how is it?
it makes sense to take on e6 because now white can play rook a3, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And because the bishop on e6 was attacking the pawn on c4, so that bishop was actually pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if black had to allow to that thing to be exchanged. On the other hand, if you are playing something like bishop f7, then white's probably going to play knight d5, and you have to take on d5 at some point. I don't think
Mm.
you can allow. Yeah, maybe knight takes d5. Maybe this is the way to go because knight takes d5 actually wins a piece after rook b1.
Oh, wow. Wow, so if he takes, there is this one. Wow. So 95 is not possible, we would say.
Yeah, so not yet. So maybe this was the way to go. I do think maybe white should prepare knight d5 first and maybe play bishop f1,
Mm.
for example, trying to activate that bishop.
So here knights
Bishop f1.
protecting the...
Yeah. Then probably knight c6.
Mm.
Then knight d5, I suppose. And yeah, I like this for black. I think maybe king of seven. King of seven looks very natural, right?
Yeah.
But I don't like that rook a3 is allowed, although there is an easy answer against rook a3. And that's knight c6, followed by, if white's ever going to play rook a6, then black has rook b6 as a return.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to show that, this knight c6, rook a6, and rook b6.
That's always a defensive maneuver, yeah. In this case, black, of course, has rook b1. But once again,
Yes, that's true. So there is always this, and I mean, this bishop is not, it's not that nice. It's not joining
not
the
yet.
game, not yet. So here white went for f4,
Mm-hmm.
knight c6,
Knight c6.
and h4. Wow.
Okay, that makes sense. So I think black is more or less pushing a little bit. More active rooks, rook b1, rook d b8 is coming, I guess, with some, yeah, with some threats.
Yes. So now I also the h4 move is avoiding the move that we saw a lot of time, that is losing a bishop. So it's giving this square to the king, and is doing great. So that's why here black went for rook b1, check, king h2, and now 94. I like black position.
Me too.
I like it.
One problem though. I said that I wanted to play rook db8 and play rook b2, right? Well,
Yes.
there's a small trick in the position, and that's
Oh,
that as e5.
here.
No, instead of knight d4, I wanted to play rook b8, but that doesn't work because white has e5.
Ah,
Could
yeah.
be potentially a problem.
Yeah, because that knight is hanging there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why she played this. I mean, she could play rook b8 next move. So
Yeah. All right. So they actually already went to the 40 move time control. So let's see what happened actually.
yes, let's
I
see that.
suddenly noticed that they both have a lot of time still, and I was wondering.
Yeah. So rook a3, rook d7, protecting the pawn. Bishop h. Oh, bishop h3
Oh,
check.
scary. That looks
Yeah,
scary.
I was scared, but there is f5. So no
Yes,
panic,
F5.
no panic,
No worries,
no
Alicia.
worries. Yeah, f5 is there. Your f5 actually.
My F5. Let's get some F5s in the chat, please.
Yeah, bishop g2
Yeah,
and
provoked F5, rook E1.
rook e1 protecting, attacking the pawn. E take, she take f5, bishop d5 check. Oh, and now the bishop is suddenly active.
That's quite nice now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I like black still better, although I'm more and more inclining that white is fine. For example, rook a6 is really restricting black's pieces.
Yeah, because I thought I was thinking here about this plan for black to
Hmm.
activate the other rooks also on the e file, but this move is really
Yeah, exactly. So, and that rook is extremely annoying, and I don't really see a way for black to continue here.
yeah.
The rook on d7 is permanently stuck. There's no pawn breaks or whatever. The bishop on d5 controlling the knight on d4. It might actually be white who's better here. What do you think?
How is it if black change a pair of rook here? So like this.
Okay, but now you do have a good rook on a6 versus a bad one on d7 at the moment.
Yeah, this is true. But I mean, in future, I could try to trade here, and I would have a pass pawn. So,
Yeah, but I'm not going to let you trade there. I like my bishop better than your knight.
oh, so yeah, maybe here that's true. This rook is very active. That's a bit a
That rook
problem.
is a big problem, so I'm not exactly sure. Yeah,
She
let's
didn't
just.
play it immediately, but she
Okay.
played after one move. So she played first king g2 here,
Mm-hmm.
rook b1, and then rook a6.
Six, king
We
e7
have king
makes
e7 and king f2. So she brought the king to the f2 square. It's a bit more active than on h2. Is also avoiding some tricks. For example, here there was a possible knight f3 at one point. Theoretically, there is still a bishop on d5 protecting, but was an idea. Now the king is more in the center, and it's also controlling some square of the e file.
Yeah, the
And
funny thing is, I just noticed that is that probably the d2 rook and the d7 rook are both stuck.
yeah,
Yeah,
why the
they
d2 is yeah, the d2 is stuck because if you move on d3, what is happening?
rook b2 check. And you have, I think, a perpetual there, and the rook is much better placed on the second rank because it's attacking some stuff. And if you're not afraid, if you're not careful with white, let's say you play rook d3.
Okay, it's black to move.
Oh,
So
okay. So
it's not easy to
uh,
make a move.
okay, let's play rook b8. All right, a stupid move here.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d3, rook b2. If you have king e3, then it's already mate with rook e2.
Oh yeah. We have a mate.
Hmm. So you have to wait. What? Oh yeah, okay.
What's up?
No, suddenly a 0 1 popped up, so
Ah,
I was
yeah. Because when we give mate, there is a result. So
yeah, there is a result. So yeah,
yeah.
that's what I learned in the past few days there. Um, yeah. So I think with that, we are going to take a small break. I would suggest.
Yes.
And so that and after the break we are of course continuing with the coverage of the tournament, and we are going to see some time scrambles, so
Yes.
don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys.
here we are, and we are back we are ready to have some time trouble, and let's see which position are we now. We were commentating the Yip Corizo, Arika, Drunavili, but actually they got already move 30, move 40, so I think we will move to some other game. Maybe we have some trouble. I
Whoa. Okay. Something definitely is happening here.
Yeah, let's see shortly how they got here. So wow.
Oh, this. Oh, yeah, it was this position. Yeah, so black was in total control here. Knight d4 happened as we expected.
White
And
took.
took here with the c pawn. Okay, perfect. h4. Okay, that is an annoying move. Black needs to deal with that in a good way, and she decided to just play h6. Okay, makes sense. Just protecting the pawn. H6, h6, queen g4. White is a bit annoying now, but okay. Queen f6, very normal move, and now f4, and this is where it all
Oh,
started.
wow.
Okay, so yeah, typical Gunina. She's not going to let herself be overrun. She's going for the counterattack.
Yeah,
I like it. Makes sense. She cannot do nothing. She needs to play aggressively, or otherwise she's going to get overrun.
yeah. So and okay, here a point could be that both king are a bit weak. So actually, she could get her chances here,
Yeah.
and she did. Okay, now the G file is open, so it's really dangerous. And just one stuff that makes me think what could be an advantage of knights could be that both knights could attack a same color square. So two knights could attack twice a white square, but also twice a dark square. So a lighter dark square. And bishops they cannot change colors, their colors. So could be maybe a small advantage in the attack. What do you think?
I still think black is better, but what black needs to be really precise here because if black makes one mistake, then she could get countered in a big way. So she needs to be pretty careful here.
So let's see how
Is
she
what I'm
played
thinking.
e4. Wow.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I think just taking would be not good. So
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, but I do see some tactics in the air. Yeah, knight h4 looks normal.
bishop h6 also.
Hmm.
And she went for the take here. Now this maybe it's clear for you, but I don't know why she took with the bishop and not with the pawn.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out as well. I think because of f5.
Haha.
Yeah, and the pawn on e4 is kind of weak, and the bishop on h7 is kind of boxed in at the moment.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why
I like
she.
this f5. Oh, actually, your f5 is amazing today. Wow.
Oh, well, it's not that much, I would say. I think. What do you think? Does white have something here? I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, how to protect this pawn with e3?
Yeah, just e3, and if you go all the way with knight, well, knight f3 could be played, but then probably king h8 simply. So I was a bit afraid about knight e4, and then maybe knight g5, trying to get some initiative there. Yeah, it does look complicated. I think that maybe this was really strong reaction from Valentina.
Right.
Although I do think that Black should have been better somehow, and maybe she missed a chance somewhere. But yeah, let's talk about that a bit later because we've got our second result, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
So we have a draw between Ariko Dronavali and Job Carissa.
mm-hmm,
So let's see how we saw this king coming to f2,
mm-hmm.
white king coming to f2, and then just king g8, king g2, king c8. Wow, okay, and she just offered a draw here. And
Yeah, and I think that's justified. I think both all pieces are more or less stuck. The bishop on d5, the knight on d4, the rook on d2, the rook on d7. All pieces are more or less on their ideal squares, and
yeah,
you can't really make any progress from either side. So
yeah, that's why
the
they
rook,
moved just their king. Then,
yeah, only the king can be moved, and that is not enough to try and push for a win here. So.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree that this the draw is very yeah, a normal result here.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe black could have pushed. Maybe she could have tried something like king b8 and rook b6. But okay, it's a difficult question.
Rook b8.
King b8 and rook b6.
Huh.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, because rook b6 allows the rook on d7 to be free because the d6 pawn is not yet attacked then. Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes a bit of sense to play rook b6. Maybe black could have played on here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like actually this idea because also, I mean, it seems that she went in that direction, no? With the king d8, king c8. But here she offered the draw. And
Yeah, well, it's with black against a very strong opponent, and yeah, the bishop on d5 is kind of a threat. Is kind of an intimidating piece, don't you think?
yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, also something like rook a3, rook e3 could look scaring a bit because
Perhaps.
this
Yeah.
bishop is strong.
Yeah. So
So,
after rook b6, I do think black's better though.
mm,
So I do think that maybe Yip yeah, could have played on here, but I don't know. Once again, it's with black against a very strong opponent. So
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah. So
Hmm.
that's the game. Rook
Yeah.
c8 is the last move of the game, and then it was a draw. So maybe we are going to see an interview of them. Let's see.
All right. Let's.
And so let's go back to Gunina Muzichuk that we were discussing. And we saw that this, instead of bishop take, d
Hmm.
take e5 could seem a bit risky because of f5. But
Hmm.
here, that's why Maria here took with the bishop,
Hmm.
and after knight take e4 with the rook.
All right.
So
Yeah.
here white went for knight g6, rook half e8, and here black changed. Here white changed again another pair of rooks, and then rook f2. So
Okay.
does white have some compensation here?
Yeah, definitely. Active knight, active queen, potential strong pawn on the f file. I don't think white is worse here.
Oh, yeah, so white is definitely an
Although
interesting
maybe
position.
c5, c4, d3 could be one of the ideas here, but yeah, makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how it went. Okay, black is trying to change queens. This makes sense also, no? Because maybe white has chances to attack, and the long-term plan for black, as you mentioned, was c4, c5, c4, and then d3, or something like this to push these pawns. So, do you think it does make sense too?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, I mean the queen. There's also this general notion that queens work better with knights,
Ah, yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true.
And yeah, work better with knights than with bishops. So in that case, it's good to exchange queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes sense, queen e6. And actually, white took, and I like black's position better in this ending, and most of all because of the backward pawn on c2. I
Huh.
usually think that that pawn gives black a huge advantage. Yeah, because it's not existent. That pawn cannot move. So I think I count it as a zero pawn sometimes.
So sorry. Which pawn do you think that?
Hmm.
Which pawn are you talking about? The c2 pawns.
The C2 pawn, yeah.
So you think that black is better here?
I definitely think that black's better here.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
More active rook, better pawn structure, and the pawn on f4, okay, could become very active, but I think it's nicely controlled by black, so I do think that black has some potential here.
Yeah, because the king is also very near. He went with
Yeah,
f5, rook e1, king g2, and king f7. So the king is directly stopping it. So,
yeah.
and that's true. This rook is very active, and I mean, just a piece that is not yet completely. I mean, it would be, where is the ideal square for that bishop? Maybe the e3 square.
Maybe e3. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And yeah, black could start harassing the queenside pawns, for example, rook a1, and perhaps a d3 break at some point, trying to break through. Yeah, the more I look at this, I think black really has good chances to try and push this position. So
So let's
yeah,
see if they don't. Okay, Gunina is at 2 minutes, so I'm really curious to see how is the position right now. So we had knight f4, rook
hmm
e4, knight e6, attacking the bishop and the
and
pawn, but black just played king f6. So my
okay.
question is, how is the rook endgame?
I think that's good for black because the rook on e4 is nicely cutting off the king
Ah,
on g2.
that's true.
If the king could ever come to the queen side, then probably it's a draw. But because the king is offside on the other side, it is probably winning for black, I would say.
Wow.
By the way, we get a message from Nasir, who is on the scene, that Nana Zagnitsa is in big time trouble. So maybe we
Oh,
should go to that game real quick.
yes. So,
Um, yeah.
wow,
So
Nana is in 1 minute 48 seconds, and there are still 5 moves to go.
it
So,
doesn't look good for white. She's 2 pawns down already.
all right. Yeah, 2 pawns down. And is there some compensation for black or?
White has, well,
Yes, white.
slightly active rooks, but and maybe a5, rook a6 could get some potential pressure on the a pawn.
Yeah.
But I don't know, in time trouble, it's hard to get such an initiative precisely going. I mean, rook d5 makes a lot of sense. That's the rook takes d5. She captured a pawn
Mm,
actually there. Yeah, okay,
yeah,
but
that's the last move.
okay, what white needs to do is to win the queen side. That's
Yeah.
for sure. But okay,
Because then
knight.
three against 2 is possible to make the draw.
Yeah, if 3 against 2 is definitely a draw. If all the pawns on the queen side are exchanged, then 3 against 2 on the king side is definitely a draw. Yeah, this doesn't look good because she does have to collect that a pawn somehow, and black could also maybe pressure, for example, the f2 pawn at some point, maybe with knight e4, and then put a rook on the second rank. So I don't
Yeah.
know. This looks winning. I would say, but it's not easy to win this with black because white does have a lot of pressure right now
Yeah.
on uh, on the queen side. So
And
yeah,
also Yu and Ju, she has also very few times. So actually this is going to be really a time trouble game. And
yeah,
there
yeah.
are
And this was also the game where they spent both a lot of time on the opening, right?
yes, that's true. About this C4, this Trompovsky attack, and then this C4. Very complicated line. But we have a 96 and Rook
Hmm.
D6 for white.
Okay, that's a safe move, rook d6. I don't really understand what's the point. Because I would have, I think I would have liked to see a5 actually. Just try to push open,
This idea,
uh,
no?
pressure open on the queen side. Yeah, it's not clear to me if this is winning for black or not.
Yeah, because the point is that white could win both pawns, and then
Yeah.
this 3 against 2 is just a
Or at
draw.
least some long-term pressure on the A pawn. And rook d6, I'm not really sure what's the point.
So
Maybe
what could be a move for black here?
I'm thinking just try to exchange everything. Maybe even knight c5.
Yeah. Knight
What do you
c5 I
think?
like.
Yeah, the idea is if you then play a5, trying to make use of it,
Yeah.
I want to play knight b7, trying to attack your rook on
Oh,
d6
very nice.
and on a5.
Yeah, and this would be immediately losing for...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because black will grab another pawn, and then 3 pawns are definitely too much.
Yeah, but rook d6, I'm thinking that it might be a time trouble move because he has 0.36 seconds left.
Yeah,
That is
so
not a lot,
she
so
moved with 6 seconds on the clock.
maybe
Oh,
rook d6 was a time trouble move here. Just a quick move to get a move in there, you know?
yeah, yeah.
I like knight c5, and after rook d4, then maybe you could just play. Oh, rook d8
Ooh,
makes sense too. Also good.
is changing a rook, a pair of rook.
Yeah, that's good. The more rooks come off the board, the better. Okay, a5. Yeah,
A5.
better late than never, but I think it's one move too late. Because it would be nice to have both rooks on the a file and try to win then. And now, let's say you take on a5. I think you have to.
Yes.
Then I think rook takes d8, I guess. Knight takes d8, rook a6. You could try to play actively, maybe something like rook e5, for example. Perhaps. Or
Just for... Is here the endgame winning for
uh
black?
yeah, I think so. I think so, yeah. This is 2 pawns, this is too much.
Yeah.
But you can win the piece actually. You don't have to. You could play a6 instead of knight c6.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. A6. Very
Or knight
nice.
b7 also works.
Yeah.
So rook
So,
e5, that's only possible because white allowed rook d8 to be played. And if she
yeah.
was one move earlier with a5, then she could have maybe get some more active position going on here.
So
But
actually she took on A5.
yeah, so I'm expecting a quick exchange. So this is what we talked about. Yeah,
Yes.
this is interesting. I'm wondering what kind of active move black is going to go for. I'm expecting rook e5.
Yeah. And
Let's see
after
if
rook e5, what if knight take a7?
well, I want to play rook c5 and say, hey, your knight is trapped on a7.
Hey, do you see relate this to your opponent?
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I'll just whisper to them like,
Just for your information. Like that. Like that approach. Honest. Honest approach. So yeah, this rook c5, this probably is really a stable 2-pawn advantage for
yeah, I think I like
black.
rook e5. It looks like a very active move, and yeah, activity is always good. So this is where your critical move. Let's see if she's going to play this.
Yeah, she has 43, 2, 1. 40 seconds to make a move. Actually, she has still to do 2 moves in this position, and Zagnise gotta do just 1 move. So, time trouble is always time trouble, but here it's easier for black for sure. So,
Yeah,
I will shortly move to Gunina to see how they reach move 40.
they reach move. Hey, we got the bishop on e3,
Yeah,
which we said was the best square for the bishop. So Maria is definitely making progress here.
that's good. And also the king on f6 is stopping the pawn, the passed
Cool.
pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although knight d8 is probably critical here to try and get the c pawn, and then
Okay, it's black to move.
oh, it's black to move. Okay, never mind. Probably something like rook g4 then. I guess. But maybe this is still within margin. The pawn on c6 is really weak,
Yeah.
so he has to be careful
This
about that.
before was strong, probably.
Yeah, b4, perfect move, yeah. So I mentioned that the c2 pawn was backwards, yeah?
Yes.
Now the c6 pawn is also backwards
Yeah.
because of the pawn on b4. It cannot move, the c pawn. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
just
this.
one thing that I thought is maybe that now those pawn a3 pawn is also a bit weak. So maybe could like do black do something like attack
Yeah,
it with the
but
bishop or the king or the rook or the bishop.
white has rook g3 here, I think. And that's more or less equalizing on the spot, I believe. I think so, but not 100% sure. Maybe black can somehow try to play this, but I am expecting a draw.
Okay, so here we reached move 40, so I would move shortly to Zanitsa Juvenju to see the last move, and the last move is
Hey,
Rook
rookie.
a5. You will be very happy.
I'm
94 and 96.
okay. 96. Yeah, not sure if I would have played that move. What's the idea? I mean, what if I play knight c6 now? I want to get both your pawns.
Maybe a Rook c5?
Yeah, and then knight takes a5. I'm not sure that I like knight 96 there. I
Yeah, this
think
was made with few time. Maybe it's a mistake.
maybe. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, I'm just curious to see if what happens after knight c6. Not 100% sure what's happening here, but maybe it's okay for white now. I mean, aren't you losing both your a pawns, no?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Okay, rook c5, like you said. And then after knight takes a5, you do have rook c7. And knight c6 was my intention initially, but now you get knight c5.
Yeah.
And that means wins a piece. So yeah, maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe this is what this is simply the best way for black to play because knight e6 does activate the knight a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't think you want to play knight takes e6 because two pawns is probably too much.
Yeah.
Damage.
So
Yeah.
okay, so I think we will move to the other game that we didn't see for a while, Crash Arena Corneru Umpu. And
Okay.
so we reached also here move 40, but I want to see a bit how it went. So this is the opening we discussed already. We saw
Yeah. So we went a bit further than this, I think.
yes.
And
Rook
after
f2,
yeah, exchange, knight d1.
b5, rook
Another
c2.
rook was exchanged somehow. Yeah, like this. Knight f2, f5, knight d3, king f8,
Oh,
a4. Yeah. Actually, right after I mentioned that black could maybe easily play for a win here, I saw a4 and I was like, I forgot to mention that. Because a4 solves the a3 b2 problem.
yeah.
More or less. So this is now I think white's totally fine and it should be equal. But yeah, a lot of moves already played, so
Yes,
let's
they
just
are still
what
playing. So
happened.
b3, knight a5, a
Mm-hmm.
take b5, a take b5, rook c5, rook
Mm-hmm.
b6, protecting, knight e5, king e7, b4. So now
I
seems
think
very symmetrical, no?
I think white turned it around. I think white is now the most active player. Because of rook c7, the pawn on f7 is weak, and the knight on a5 is really awkward at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it cannot really go to b3 because after rook c3, the knight doesn't really have a good place to go.
Yeah.
I think something really went wrong here for Black. I think Irina is crushing it right now. Sorry, I had to make that joke. I had to make that joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Irina crushing her opponent.
500 joke points for me, guys. Yeah. Yeah.
So
And yeah.
we have knight b7, but why not
Uh,
rook c7? And there is
because of
maybe king
King d6. Yeah, you
d6.
lose a piece. And I have to interrupt you there because we've got a raid from Botas Live with 371 people. So, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, shall we then introduce to them what kind of tournament we are talking about what the format is, and what kind of prize money is involved? Because this is a historic tournament, more or less, because there is a lot of prize money involved in this tournament. Yeah, it's a 10-player round robin with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. We passed its time control already, so all that's left is 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30 seconds is added to the time from move one. And yeah, but the prize money is what makes this tournament so incredibly historical, because the first place is a whopping $45,000. And even if you are on last place, you've got $6,000 to take home with you, which is a lot of money for a women's tournament. I've never seen prize money like this before in a women's tournament, and I actually am making comparisons, for example, with the second round in the World Cup. If you get to the second round in the World Cup, you get exactly $6,000, I think. So that is equivalent. That's a correct English word. With the second round, with reaching the second round in the World Cup. So
Not bad.
welcome everybody. That's the kind of tournament that we are now commentating, and
Yes, the
maybe for
strongest tournament, women tournament ever. So we are really exciting to be here commenting that.
yeah. And shall we also go full circle then, and also show the standings to everyone?
Yes, let's show that. So
So currently,
currently,
oh, you
you
want to
can
do this?
go. You can do
Oh,
that.
you can do this. You can do this. Let's.
So
Yeah.
currently, Alexandra Kostenyuk is leading, but she has already 7 games there because she drew today against Lagno Katerina. So she's currently leading, but we have others 2 players at 4 out of 6 that could get the lead of the tournament. First of all, I would like to mention Wenjun, the current world champion, that is currently playing against Dranisa Nana in an endgame with 2 pawns up. So she's really going for it for the first place of the tournament. Instead, Ampu Konoru is currently playing against Crush Arena, and we were currently discussing about the position that we have right now, right here on the board. Just having a short look again at the leaderboard, I want to mention that Carissa Yip, the youngest 16 years old, a young talent from USA, she started really with 0 out of 4, but then she managed to do 2.5 out of 3. I mean, what do you think about this? This is really a nice comeback with her, for her.
Yeah, I think she's very happy with those results. Of course, 2.5 out of 3 against arguably the best women in the world. So yeah, and this is she hasn't played a lot of tournaments like this before. So yeah, I'm really happy to see that she's bouncing back like this, and that is a sign to me that she's got a great prospect for her future. I think
Yeah,
she's going to be one of the big ones later, and maybe Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. Maybe a potential world champion.
Oh, he said it. His life. He said that.
Yeah,
So
quote me on that. Clip me on that.
yeah, save
She's
that clip
really
and
strong. Yeah, but okay, I'm Dutch, so I also have to mention a Dutch girl who's really strong as well. Her name is Machteld van Foreest, and she is also a really, really big talent. She's the younger sister of Jorde and Lucas van Foreest, and she already is, I think she's 12 years old, and she has a rating of 2200 or something. So I'm really hoping she is going to become world champion, but that takes some time because I think Wenjun is a really worthy world champion at
yeah.
this course. Yeah.
Yes. So let's see how they went on here, because we were discussing this game and Konerwampu is also at 4 out of 6, so we will see what if she could take at least second place, because we're really thinking that Juwenju is going for the full point today. So after Rook c2, Black went for 98. What do you think about that move?
Yeah, knight d8. It looks a bit suspicious, but Irina Krush used the same technique earlier on when she put the knight temporarily
Yeah,
on
that's
b1.
true.
And after that, she pushed the pieces away. She was managed to put the knights on f2, d3, e5 to a better square. So I'm thinking that knight d8 is simply a temporary solution for the problems, more or less. So, yeah, what do you think?
No, I agree. And also, I see here that she went the game followed with f4, rook
Makes
b6,
sense.
king
See,
f3,
yeah.
and f6. So it's starting. Black is starting to push it back. And
Mhm.
then he also. I don't see how. Black just. Why just change the knight there? So that it could look weird, because that knight is looking strange on d8, but is white to change it. So it means that, okay, it's not that bad, that
And
knight.
here we also mentioned something earlier, and that is the pawn structures, right?
Yep.
So, for example, I'm thinking about this variation at the moment: knight takes c6, rook takes c6, and then rook d7. With the idea to get some activity going from black to activate the rook, put it on d5 and say, hey, I have a very solid position. You can never break through. But then comes the h7 pawn into play because after rook c7, she is going to lose the h7 pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see what happened in the game. I don't think she played rook d7, which is what I suggested here, but king f7. She's just saying, okay, but the white definitely has the better rook here. It's not so easy for black
Yeah, because
to
this rook is very passive. You gotta defend the b5 pawn. So,
yeah.
uh,
And we got a nice comment in the chat. So this is how Alessia is when she's really nervous, when she's really serious. Oh, so I'm really wondering how you are when you're not serious, because yeah, you make
yeah,
jokes all the time. So yeah.
I can be quite unserious. I mean, who is following me knows that, but that's like it is. I mean, maybe one day we can do a co-stream and you will understand it immediately.
And I will understand. Yes, I will.
But okay, Nicola knows that really well. So yeah.
Uh, what do you think? Does White have good winning chances here, or is it not so much?
Okay. I think, I mean, rook and end games are always drawish.
Rook
So,
endings always drawish. So
what do
last
you?
weekend, I actually played in a rook ending. I had to defend, unfortunately, and I knew it was a draw, but I had to find exactly how. And in time trouble, I made a mistake and eventually lost that rook
Oh,
ending. So rook endings are really not to be underestimated. Yeah.
yeah, but theoretically they are mostly drawish, no? But you gotta play still very precise. And I also lost a lot of rook handings. very equal, but then sometimes time trouble, as you said,
It's
could.
not so easy to
Yep.
defend.
So
Yeah,
let's see
you
how it went. I mean, here seems really that white has winning chances. Is the only
Yeah.
one.
Let's stop at that for the
So
moment.
I like what white played here. H3, king e7, g4, king
Yeah.
f7, and g5. So really try to win a bit of space, gain a bit of space on the king side. What do you think of this?
I like it. Yeah. So the point is probably that if you take with the f pawn on g5, that after f takes g5, the king now has a nice way to go to e5.
Actually, in the
And
game it went like this. So
whoa, okay.
it went with f take. And now, as you said, the king has this square to go, the e5 square, but it didn't play actually this. Oh, we have some very fast rook a7,
Okay.
rook b6, and rook a1. Wow. What do you
Okay.
think about that?
I like this. Yeah, I think Black needs to activate the rook. Otherwise, she's going to get into a lot of trouble. And there's actually, this is the right moment because let's say you play rook takes b5, which actually happened, I think. You can try to attack the h and g pawn now. So, for example,
Ooh.
rook 1 looks interesting, or rook h1, or
Yeah.
yeah, rook h1 is actually probably the most accurate. Because after king g2 or king g3, you can simply play. I wanted to say rook e1, but then I forgot that white has rook e5. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, but I think it's the right approach, but I'm not sure if it's, yeah, we have to see. Rook endings are really, really hard to
Yeah.
judge. And by the way, Nicola, thank you for the gifted sub to this channel. Yep, I wasn't a sub yet, but now I am. Thank you so much, Nicola. Yeah.
Yes, Nicola is a great supporter. A lot of chess
Yep.
channels.
All right. What do
So,
you
I think
good
here we
round?
will have this rook hand game where Irina Crash is going to push and maybe crush. I'm doing it again. So I'm learning from you, Roland. So Irina Crash maybe is going to crush her opponent. Is this
Hey,
rook
you
hand
made it.
games? Maybe
Good one.
not. Maybe yes. We are going to see that. But now I want to let's move to Nana against Wenjun. I like Nana because it's very easy to pronounce, so Zanite is harder. So Nana against Wenjun, she's actually 2 pawns down and she's trying to defend this hand game. The only way to make a draw for Nana would be to try to win this a7 pawn, but that seems quite hard. Because yeah, I mean one way to attack it is knight c6, but this square is controlled. Another way to attack is knight a3, knight b5, but this should be easily could be easy for black to prevent that. For example, knight rook b7. What do you think?
You are correct there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how, because white is probably not going to do a lot, just trying to keep the rook on a6 and maybe put some pressure on the a7 pawn. So yeah, but black does needs a way to improve improve the position, and I think she's just going to play something like rook c7 and knight c6, trying to get some activity for the knight on d8, which is not doing a lot at the moment. So yeah, rook c7, knight c6 looks normal, and then, or maybe not knight c6, maybe even knight e6 and then knight c5, trying to push the a pawn one step further to a6 perhaps.
Yeah, what is interesting is that she brought already a knight on e6, but now she's back with a knight on d8, so I want to understand what happened. So yeah,
That's a,
move 40, it
yeah.
was knight e6. And
All
then
right.
we had knight b3, because we looked at knight c6. But there is
Yeah,
this knight
I
b3.
think I know what. Wait. Um. Okay. I know now. We discussed knight c6, right? Instead of knight
Yes.
b3, and the point is that after rook c5, um, knight takes a5, black has rook c7, and this is more or less what I tried to achieve in the other line. Just a knight on c5, a6, and black should be happy. But with knight b3, what Nana has cleverly done, she has prevented rook c5. So what
Yeah.
she's trying to do is knight takes a5 and rook takes a7. So I think knight d8 was necessary for her
Yeah, that's
because
nice. So this knight b3 was really a brilliant defensive move
it was,
from.
yeah, a tricky move. Black
Yeah,
really needed to be careful there.
true, true. So, knight d8, knight take e5, and here we are in the game.
Yeah, the point is, I think that if white's playing rook takes a7 instead of knight takes a5, then black has rook b5. Uh, knight c6 and then
Ah,
rook
yeah.
b5.
Okay.
Yeah, rook a6 and
Because
then
now the
rook.
knight is protecting and then rook b5. Yeah, now that pawn is
That pawn
already.
is pretty good there
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So that's why she went for knight a5 instead, and after rook e7, clearly protecting that pawn.
Yeah,
I mean, now black is a tempo less. No, it would be nice to have a rook on c7 and to play
yeah,
knight e6 then. So as we
yeah,
said,
yeah.
but so Nana played really this knight b3, very nice. Knight c4 and h5. So that's the should be the current. No, we have still a move. We have knight e3.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's black to move. Knight e6.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't really understand what 93 does, but I think, to be honest, that this position is simply one for winning for black, actually.
Mm,
Yeah, she's just slowly going to improve the position. There's not much white can do. And yeah, I think it should be game over pretty soon.
yeah, so let's see how it will go. And let's move to Crush Rin again against Konero Ampu. No, actually, let's have a look to Gunina Muzijuk.
All
And
right.
we
Well, you're
left
the.
it.
Let's go.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, let's go. I was making a joke simply. Right. Yeah.
So we left. I mean, we discussed that this b4 was very nice,
Mm-hmm.
and then Maria put the rook on the perfect square e3,
Mm-hmm.
and after rook f3 we had rook g4, but here we didn't have your suggestion, rook
I
g3.
thought rook g3 had to be played, actually. I was thinking that she had to do that, otherwise she was going to be in a lot of trouble because of your idea with rook g1, rook a1, trying to get the a pawn, or the c pawn with rook c1
Yeah,
eventually.
so let's see how it went, because it's exactly this: king h3, rook g1. So could be an idea to try to get that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And knight c5.
Oh yeah, this is Gunina. This is so Gunina. She wants to win with knight d7, f6, and f7.
Amazing.
Yeah, I did not expect that one. Yeah, so instead of passive defense, more or less with knight d8, knight takes c6,
Yeah,
she's going for active defense with knight d7. Makes
amazing.
sense. Yeah, that's
Because this
typically.
pawn could sadly get really dangerous, because the knight is checking always the king in the square. For example, after if the pawn is on f6, the knight then can check on e5, and just the pawn is going there. So we
Yeah,
have king h, rook h1 check, king g4. So is it going black to check, check, check?
yeah. What else? What else could you do? Do you have any ideas, Alessia?
Hard to say.
I
Because
think
this seems really strong, this 97.
yeah, I agree. I
An
think
idea could be rook h7. But
yeah, but if you have to play rook h7, then you can more or less, well, yeah, okay. I think you can more or less. Oh, let's go, Alicia. You're on fire. I was thinking if you're going to play rook h7, you can just as well offer a draw, but it's not true. I mean, white doesn't have a lot of moves in this position, so
okay, maybe 96 again.
yeah, makes sense.
And
I
saying,
think I
yeah.
think that it's going to be a draw. I think Gunina was under a lot of pressure, but that she played very actively, and that paid out for her. I
True,
think
true.
she's okay.
So, maybe I would say that is a good moment because the game are stable. Is a good moment to take a small break, and when we will be back, we have an interview of Carissa, so don't miss that. So see you in a while with an interview of the young star, 16 years old from USA, Hip Carissa. See you in a while.
straight into the...
All right, guys, we are back, and as I announced, we all took some coffee, so maybe
Yeah,
you can also show that.
of course. Yeah. So it's a
Yeah,
long
so we
ride
got
for us
mine
today.
is nearly done, um, but still I will enjoy that. But altogether, we will for sure enjoy an amazing interview with Yip Carissa, the youngest star from USA, 16 years old, woman grandmaster. Soon she will get also the international master title. Today she drew a very actually it was a fight. It was really a fight this game, no? The game
Yeah.
against okay, I always gotta pronounce the name right. Arika
Uh,
Jonavalli. Is it
yeah.
good? Like
More or less. It's
more or
fine.
less.
Good enough. People know who you're talking about. So
Yeah, that's good.
yeah. So yeah, what was that game? It was a pretty. I think that. Oh yeah, it was the King's Indian
Yeah.
game, the opening where I think Harika made an opening mistake. I think that Yip was better most of the game, but then as things progressed, White more or less solved all her problems, and this is the end position where Yip maybe could have pushed a little more with a move Rook B6 at some point, but she decided that a draw was good enough. And yeah, I'm curious to talk. Well, yeah, I'm hoping that Nicaea asked the question about if she maybe could have played on with King B8 and Rook B6, if that was a option for her, and if she considered doing that.
Yeah,
But
so we are
let's see.
looking forward for this interview, and so we are all there to listen it. So let's go.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Carissa again. She drew against Harika Drovanali in a King's Indian. Carissa, could you talk about your game today?
Yeah, so this bishop f5 move was prep, and then I feel like she kind of misplayed it a little bit with e4 and then f3, and then allowing me to take on d4 and knight d5 to ruin her pawn structure later. But then, like, I couldn't really get anything out of it, I guess, so I think I had, like, a slight advantage for most of the game, but then didn't really amount to anything, so just a draw.
That was a peaceful result, but tomorrow you'll be facing none other than the reigning world champion Wenjun. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I'm pretty excited to play against her because I haven't played against her before, but I'm not gonna say that I'm nervous really because I kind of already, after going 0 out of 4, I kind of like resigned myself to the fact that I would go 0 out of 9. So having 2.5 makes me feel, I don't know, I'm feeling pretty relieved, you know? So I'm just excited to get some experience against her.
Yeah, and this is the excellent field to practice your chess and, level up your game.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a field like this? Have you ever played a tournament like this?
Not with like a field so strong before. This is probably the strongest tournament I've played in, and also like the most prestigious, you know, because all the top players in the world. So yeah.
Wow. One last question, which is not related to the tournament whatsoever.
Okay.
Have you ever considered streaming on Twitch?
Oh, actually have considered streaming on Twitch, and I'm like on a gap year right now, so if I wanted to, I probably would have the time. But so yeah, I'm looking into it.
Well, let us know.
Okay, I will.
Well, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations again. Harika was a tough opponent, and you still managed to draw. I know that you can manage to win as well, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it's it's a result.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, thank you very much, and back to you guys.
So here we are. We are back. We had this interview. So, what do you think, Roland? Sadly, they didn't talk about the last idea at the end of the game with King B8 and Rook B6. But still was a sweet interview. It's the first time that I see her. She looks really so young, so sweet. I like
Yeah.
her. What do you think?
Yeah, I love those interviews as well. So thank you once again, Niceer, for providing us with those.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, so lovely interview. Hope she will do well in the upcoming games, of course. So yeah, we still have a few more games to take a look at. So and they're nearing the end, of course. We are nearing the end of today's round. So
Yes.
let's take a look at. I think we only have endings left. So
Yes.
um,
I was looking that this one I saw a lot of checks. So we left something here about yes, rook h7. And I saw some checks here. So are we going to see just some set checks? Probably.
some checks. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I was still wondering about was what is Black's plan in this position? How is Black going to make progress? And if the rook is going to come to g1 at some point or try to enter on the back rank, then White always has a check on d7, and
Yeah.
she can start running with the f pawn with f6 and f7. That's a huge problem for Black. And yeah, I don't see a way to continue here for Black. Even if you play a move like rook g5, let's say, then you could still play knight d7 once again and f6. There's not much you can do about that from the Black side. So
Yeah.
I am expecting some checks and then a handshake. Followed.
We said
Yeah.
it some time ago. What do you think? Why Gunina is thinking so much? Is she now trying something? Because she's down 4 minutes.
Mm. That's a good point. Yeah, I think she's trying maybe to find a way to win here. Maybe Gunina is, well, she's playing really actively. So she put a knight on c5 instead of trying to go for the c6 pawn. So that's a very active way of playing. The knight's perfectly placed on c5. So I'm thinking that Gunina is thinking of playing this for a win. I don't really see how yet,
Yeah.
but I do think she's trying to find a good plan to go for it.
But let's say
But
after
I don't.
checks, what is happening? Because I don't think that, I mean, the only way that I see for White to avoid that is to go with the king on f1. But is it?
Well, even then, just rook g1, rook g2, it's a draw.
Oh, this is a mate. Just to
That's
show
a
that.
mate. Yeah.
So
Unfortunately.
we cannot go there. So I mean, seems really that is going to be a lot of checks. But how is to change rooks? I mean, is it just losing this pawn? And how is this endgame?
Yeah, this ending could potentially be something for Black, but I'm not so sure because the pawn on c6 is backwards, and you've got two double pawns on the d file. It's not so easy to untangle yourself. You could try to push the c6 pawn to c5, but then still you have two double pawns on the d files.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe you can play something like bishop c1 and bishop a3. Maybe try to harass those pawns that way, and maybe you can make use of that. But even then, White's simply going to play knight d3 and say, hey, I don't see how you're going to get in. So,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
yeah, I'm expecting once again a draw. I don't think this is too much for Black. Yeah.
So we had some checks, and we are here. That's the position, the current position, and Maria is currently thinking. Let's move to Nana Juwenju. This is quite a critical game because Juwenju could. I will shortly show the standings. So
Good idea.
Juwenju could, if she wins this game, she would get to the first position. So
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
really a critical, and it's 2 rounds to go, no? So to be first is really important. And okay, second place is Koneru Ampu, that probably is going to draw that end game. but still not sure, because their Irina is pushing in this European game, so could even be one full point ahead all the others. So it's really an important game.
Could be. Yeah, definitely true. Yeah, we will see, of course. And could you imagine that Nana Zaknitsa a few days ago was still leading in the tournament, and now she had some losses, and she is more or less on in the middle of the tournament now.
Yeah, she is in 3.5 out of 6, and she is more or less there. Yeah, but that's a strong tournament, and it's a round robin. Everybody's playing against each other. Maybe at the beginning you could get some easier round if there is an easier round. I
Yes.
don't know.
I like that you did it with like,
Yeah, it's like easier. It's like the I don't know how to say that. There is the I will write it in the chat. There are this sign that you put when you in written test, and this like to say that it's not really easier. Yeah, and could be that in a round robin you get some easy round, and then tough games you lose one, and it's hard to come back, and so it's hard sometimes.
hard.
What do you think? What could have been a reason for that?
Yeah, I don't know what. Maybe she was just in good form in the first few rounds, and then she started to feel fatigue. Maybe the other participants warmed up. There are a lot of reasons that could be, of course. Maybe she just plays her best chess in the beginning of the tournament usually. I don't know. Are you a late starter, or do you always score well in the beginning? What's your chess like, Alessia?
It really, I mean, I don't know, but it really depends a lot, because I mean, there was I played in the European Championship that I was nearly to win, an under 16 European Championship, and I was number 3, and I lost the first game. So as number 3, you're not expecting to lose the first game, but then I won, and I was at the last round going for the first place, but I lost the last game with a winning position. and
Oh,
and so this is one of my, I have a lot of emotion still about that tournament, because sure, to be European Championship a lot. So also for my country, because was the first title at that moment. So was really a lot of emotion. And this is just maybe one of the few tournaments where the first round is quite crazy and then I win everything. Mostly or I go very well or I go very bad. It's really up and downs, up and downs. I mean, there is a tournament in India where I lost 134 points. So
134.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
so mostly I'm not doing too much. Mostly I'm doing just sh or sh. And you? What is about you?
I lose very often the first round, and then I win the tournament afterwards. I don't know.
Amazing.
That happened to me a few times. It's so weird.
Is that called? I mean, there was a strong player in Italian in like 16th, 17th century that is called Greco. I don't know. Is it also in worldwide called Greco sacrifice when you lose the first?
Yeah. So yeah, some people in the chat are already mentioning it. It's called Swiss Gambit. Yeah.
Swiss Gambit.
Yeah, you should ask Noel about this. Why is it called the Swiss Gambit?
Oh, I don't know, but I will ask him.
Yeah, he should know, right? Why is it called the Swiss Gambit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will ask it for sure.
Yeah.
I will
Why
ask
Swiss?
it.
Yeah, I have no idea. Why not the Italian Gambit?
Okay, here they're saying Swiss pairing system. Yeah, that's true. Could be the Swiss pairing system, because mostly in open is the Swiss system that you're using, and yeah, could be because of this. Yeah, they are all saying about Swiss style. So thank you so much, guys. We are learning something very important. The Swiss
Yeah.
Gambit. So Roland is an expert on Swiss Gambit.
That's
So you
what
gotta know that. You gotta definitely know that.
yeah, it's
Oh!
yeah.
Sorry, I just saw an A5 on the game and I got a bit excited. So, but what were you saying?
I totally forgot. No, I was going to say that, yeah, the tournaments for me, it's usually I was thinking I was a quick starter. I usually go full throttle right from the start with good results, and then the last few rounds I might lose one or maybe two. But lately it's been the other way around. I start badly, and with the first round a draw or the first round a loss, even, and but then I bounce back real hard. I just feel like I'm free from playing for the tournament win. But then I keep on winning the rest of my games, and suddenly I'm back in the race, and I feel really relaxed about it. I don't feel any pressure anymore.
So maybe
Yeah,
you.
that's
I hope to play you in first round of such with
yeah,
tournament.
yeah. I bet you do.
It's
I
my
bet.
biggest hope.
Yeah,
So,
that's maybe how you become a women international master.
oh
Just
yeah,
3 points from grandmasters, right?
yeah. Let's do that. I beat two grandmaster in my career, so would be lovely
Two.
if you are going to be the third.
Hmm. Yeah, you're asking me very politely to become the third grandmaster you've ever beat. Well, yeah, I'll think about it.
Thank you. But we don't do pre-arranged stuff, so gotta be on the board. So we will
No
just see that.
involved. So I think we've got another result actually.
All
Uh,
right.
yeah, so let's take a look at what that result actually is. So no spoilers, drum roll.
So we saw a breakthrough in this position was this rook a7 that is giving a pawn, but the rook finally gets active. So now I see a lot of rooks move for black. Rook f1 check, queen g2,
Yeah.
rook e1, as you said, no?
Yeah, more or less. And I was thinking that White's going to play for a win with rook e5 here. But then after rook b1, the rook is more or less a bit stuck.
Actually went rook e5, rook b1, rook b5, rook a1, and king f2. So
And now rook h1, I suppose.
rook h1, king g3, rook a1, rook f2,
Yeah.
rook h1, rook g2, rook a1, rook
Oh, and
f2.
it was a draw.
Yeah, it
and it
was
goes.
just like this.
Oh, okay. So one big question here is
Yes.
instead of king f2, what if White plays rook e5? That's the big question.
And
Oh, it's such an easy answer. The answer is king e7, king d6.
oh,
Yeah, I missed that one. So the point is that the pawn on e3 cannot be protected anymore. And then it go.
that's a good point. Yeah.
And
So
even if you're not careful, after rook b1, b5, the rook is actually trapped on e5 if you play king e7, king d6.
oh, that's true. Wow. This would be amazing for black, but Crash Arena is strong to see that.
Nicolas is saying that he would gladly sponsor Reprisers versus Santaremo match. Santaramo match. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're going to have some.
We could do some odds or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did against my sister and I had to sack a queen, a full queen. But we will find it.
Yeah. Oh, I saw a match like that as well. Yeah. I think it was Erik Rosen playing against Alexander Botes.
Yeah.
And they were playing a match, and Erik Rosen a bullet, and Erik Rosen had to sacrifice his queen before move 5 in every game.
Amazing. But he
Yeah,
won, I think.
he
Managed to win.
I think he lost, but I'm not sure.
I lost? I mean,
Yeah.
somebody told me that he won, but okay.
Oh, he won? Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
No, okay. Somebody maybe in the chat knows that. Maybe
absolutely.
Nicola knows that.
Yeah, Nicola knows everything, so he probably.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 2 games left, so this was a draw, a
Yes.
bit quicker than I expected, but what can you do? I mean, White cannot really give away any of the pawns, then it would be an easy draw. So yeah, nothing to do here,
Yep.
unfortunately. So good defense from Humpy Kaniru, and Irina Crush, yeah, scored a point, half a
Yes.
point.
So just to see shortly the standings, because now, no, we don't have it updated yet. But Conero Ampu will get to 4.5 out of 7, so she will be stable number. Actually, now she's number 1. So Wenjun got to still score a full point in order to get the first place. So,
Yes.
which game do you want to see?
Well, only 2 games left, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I want to see Gunina once again. Although, yeah, we more or less discussed that one already. Okay, it's Zagnitsa versus Ju and Jun, or Gunina versus Muzichuk. We've covered both games already quite extensively. Okay, let's see if Ju and Jun made some progress. Let's see.
Alright, so we left something. Actually, we have a lot of moves here because we left something around 96 here, no? And we said that here Juju is going slowly to improve her position, and White doesn't have a clear plan. Is actually just waiting for it. So Rook A2 we had for White, Rook D7. Rook A5, Knight D4, Rook A2, Knight B3, Rook A3, Rook B7, Rook A6. I mean, White is quite waiting, is moving the rook on a file, and I think that the idea behind all the moves for Black is that now the knight on b3 is supporting the move a5. So Ju and Ju did all this in order to push the pawn, because it's really important to push that pawn, to use that. If not, his Black position is not progressing. So we went like this, Rook a6, like clearly trying to avoid the f5 move, Knight c5, Rook a5, Knight d3. Oh, now we have another target, the f2 pawns, the f2 pawn. So Black tries also to be active on that side. So Knight d3, Rook a3.
This is the problem in this position, because what White wants to do, wants to block the a pawn more or less forever. So, for example, put a knight on c4, put a rook on a6, and say, like, you can never make progress because I have total control over the pawn on a7. But Black has other moves. Black can try to go for the f2 pawn by putting the rook on b2 at some point. Maybe start advancing the pawns on the king side. And I think one of the easiest way to win here is just to get the king in. Just to let the king run towards the queen side, help supporting the a pawn. That should be one of the easiest wins there.
Okay.
So,
and what do you think here? Okay, knight is attacked, so maybe knight b4.
Yeah, looks
knight c4. Okay. She pushed the pawn because she could push it now.
Baby steps, everyone.
And actually, Rook a4, Rook b8, and Knight e3, and King f8. So the king is slowly moving towards the king side, I guess. But why not? I have the reply already. Why not King f6?
You wanted to suggest King f6. I knew it.
Newming, and this. So
maybe,
maybe.
I was going to say maybe this is even winning because it's once again an a pawn, and Black has an h pawn eventually. But I don't think you want to go for this.
This would be a bit a crazy way to concrete this position.
It's pretty cool if you can.
Yeah.
If this is actually winning for black, and you managed to find this during the game, that would be impressive.
All right. Wow.
That would be really impressive.
But Wenjun is the world champion, so she should find that if this is winning.
Yeah. There's no way she's going to do this. It's not necessary. You've got all the control. You can just play 50 moves in this position until your opponent finally makes a mistake, and then
Yeah.
yeah, that's how you should approach this position. So I'm pretty sure she's going to grind it out. Just easy positional play. Put the king on the queen side, start running, and then
Yeah. So not king f6, king f8, king f3, rook b5.
Yeah, I think she just wants to put a pawn on a5. That's all.
Yeah, true. Trying to push that pawn forward.
Mhm.
King e4. Also, white is trying to bring his king.
Yeah,
To the
that's
center.
a smart idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So a5, we finally have that move. Rook k1, knight c6, and this should be the current position of the game. Yes, that's the current position.
Yeah, slowly pushing. If the white king is coming to the queen side, then the black king is going to the king side, I suppose. Trying to push over there. Also notice that the pawn on f2 could become a target. It's not defended at the moment,
Yep.
so you could try to attack that as well with black. So I would be really surprised if Nana can hold this to a draw. What do you think?
I mean, as you said, this is going to be a slow but a stable, improved endgame, good endgame from Wenjun. She will slowly improve their position, and I mean, now that this pawn is on a5 and is stable defended, I think really that should be very hard to draw this one.
What I like, by the way, is let's say black's going to put the rook on c5, and I don't think white can ever win the a pawn.
All
Or
right.
even the rook on c5 or the knight on c6. A very nice, stable position for black. Yeah.
Yes, I like it.
Then maybe knight b4 at some point. I don't think white can ever make any trouble for white here. So,
Yeah.
and if the rook moves, try to make some trouble on the 8th rank or something, then you can play a4. And
the pawn is too
white-
fast. Too fast.
Yeah. And if
Yeah.
white's going to try and put the king towards the queen side, for example, with knight c4 and king c3, then black can already counter with knight e5, pinning the
knight c4 and
king c3.
king c3. Okay.
Yeah, and then that's not possible because of knight e5.
Yeah.
So white is completely stuck after the move rook c5.
I like that move. Well done. I like that. Let's see if Wenjun will play that.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I would be really proud. I play like a world champion.
Not bad. Then you're going to be again a genius. Ah! Sorry. But you have that. I mean, I would say on my channel I do much louder scream. So I was really very serious during doing that.
You should be more yourself. This is fine. More from this. We want more the true Alessia on this.
Yeah. When I will get the written authorization from Chess.com, I will that I can scream as much as I want, then I will do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get this.
Only then.
Only then. I'm a serious commentator.
Yeah, you are. All right.
I pretend to be.
Let's take a look at the other endgame. We've got still one more endgame to go.
Okay, we have a move here. We have f4.
All right.
So, I mean, white is trying something. I mean, now the f2 pawn is not weak anymore, but the g3 pawn is a target.
Now it's the g3 pawn. Yeah. So what black's doing, I really like it. Just play king e7, just act normal, and try to put the king once again towards the queen side.
That's nice. Oh, we are Yeah, because time is very few here now. It's going to be 4 minutes, 7 minutes, and there is no increment anymore. It's not a joke. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's no extra time added, only the 30 seconds increment. That keeps going. So from move one, they are getting 30 seconds per move, but that's all. So
Yeah.
all the time you see right now below and above the board is what they're going to work with. So
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, we have this knight c4, and we will move shortly to Gunina moves e2. Oh, actually, I mean, but did Gunina went for it? I mean, it is Gunina that decided to choose rooks, to change rooks.
yes,
Because she
seems
could
like
just accept the draw. But my question is it, I mean, can White push here? Or if not, why did she go for it?
I think she went for it because she thought this was a draw. And because after rook g3, black really has to exchange the rook. So I think she played it because it simply was the most forcing continuation. Because if she did not exchange rooks, then maybe black could have tried something. The thing is that when you are defending, you usually want to go for the most forcing line. To just make the most easy draw. And this was probably it. Although white is a pawn down, but yeah, we already mentioned this. The
Yeah.
pawn structure gives white a lot of prospects for a draw, and I think it should still be a draw. But let's take a look at how this proceeded. Maybe we missed a clear plan for black.
Yes, let's see. Okay, bishop c1 attacking this pawn. We talked about that. a4, just pushing the pawn and protecting that. Bishop d2, now attacking this. And oh, we have knight b3. It's a nice way to protect it because he's counter-attacking the.
Yeah. It's a nice trick, but what after bishop c3?
Actually,
Simply.
she went for bishop c3.
Oh, all right, nice.
And then b5 is forced to protect the pawn.
I'm not sure. Yeah, this should be okay. Yeah, this should be okay for black, for white.
Yeah, because then, I mean, just one stuff. C take b4, a take b4, and isn't the king going to take that queen, that pawn?
Yes, but white's going to take the d4 pawn then.
Because it's very.
Or maybe the d5 pawn by playing king f4 and king e5, because the bishop on c3 is currently stuck at the moment.
Yeah.
It has to protect the d4 pawn, and there's no way it can untangle himself.
And black needs to take here? This pawn? Yeah, probably, yes.
I guess so. You could also play king e6, I suppose. But yeah, then you have to try and attack the a pawn after b takes c6, but I don't think that's possible. How is the king ever going to attack the a pawn?
Yeah, that's true. It's too far away. So then it's just not possible to go on to push one of those two pawns. They are just very weak there.
Yeah, I think this is. I'll say it again, just a draw.
We have these three. Wait a moment.
Chess is boring sometimes, right? Chess is just a draw.
But we have still these three. So.
Yeah, it's the only plan she has, I think. But yeah, it should still simply c takes d3. Obviously, the only move. King e5, king e2. All right.
King d6. So okay. I mean, it's not too much. Because even if black would get this pawn, if black would get that pawn, maybe there are. Actually, there are chances.
There are definitely chances then.
Yeah, because this pawn is terrible then.
So that's why she play king f3 there?
Yes, here that's the current position.
What happens after king c7 and king b6?
So now. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, well, king f4, king f5 is way too late, so now she has to play something like knight c5. There's no other way, right?
Yeah, so have I heard boring after this position? Chess boring. You said something related to that.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that this position is probably just a draw, and then I was going to start a whole monologue about how is is going to be such a boring game because it's always a
Yeah. We have already
draw.
3 draws and maybe also 4 now. We don't want that. So-
But the other day, I think yesterday, we only had wins. So yeah, wins and losses. So
That's
it's
very
not boring
nice.
at all. So yeah, the monologue was a joke, guys. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, so we have actually that's kind of weird. I expected here King G8 just going to b6 but black went for bishop e5. Maybe wants to cut all those squares here.
Yeah, the problem with king c7 is that white had knight c5, and if you then play king b6, then you have knight a4, double attack.
Whoa. Attention, please.
So, attention, please. So if the bishop on c3, the bishop on c3 has to move then. Let's say the bishop goes to, okay, let's put it on a1 or on h8, just to be clear, or an e1, perfect. And then I think the knight's simply going to go to a4, and white is going to say, okay, you're never getting in.
Yes, because all these squares are control. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of
think
clear.
I think that's why she played bishop e5, to prevent knight c5, at least for the time being. And yeah, to try and win somehow in another way. But yeah, once again, I think white has too many resources. So
Yes, that's true.
yeah.
So, that's why she played bishop p5, trying to, as we did with the knight, she's doing with, Maria is doing with, now with his bishop and his pawn, is using to block the king. But okay, there is another way, that is through g4 and king f5. So that's why she played king g4, king c7. But now still... yeah, knight c5, because after king b6,
Yeah,
we have
again.
another check.
Yeah, I think this is the same problem. Question though, do you think black's gonna go for king b6, knight d7, king takes b5, and say, ha, my pawn is faster than your knight? Do you think that might be winning for black? Is that true or not? Because the king is all the way on g4 at this moment.
But wait a moment, I see a fast way. Not this, check, this, take. No, there is not.
a5, and as you can see, the king on g4 is out of the box, so
Yes.
I cannot attack the a pawn.
So, yeah, but there is
Is
probably...
this winning for black? Or
I
is
think
it
d4 should be a...
Okay, so I guess a4,
And then knight.
and now a3,
And I gotta play that, I think.
and then king c4. I'm going to try and collect d4 pawn.
And now I go with my king.
Yeah, so king takes d4, king c3, I suppose.
I hope not.
Should be a draw, right? Yeah, it should be a draw.
Should be a
You
draw.
can just give away the d pawn for the knight. Oh,
Yeah.
well, but still, they don't. Oh, Gunina is also on increment playing now, so she only has.
But she played bishop a1. Sorry.
Oh, that's too bad. I
So-
would have loved to see this ending, because I think they can maybe that it would have been a good try, because after knight a4 the king is never getting to the b pawn, so this is not a good try, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
How are you ever going to get in after knight a4?
Yeah, that's
So
true.
this pawn ending would probably be the best chance to play for a win.
Yeah, and
And
basically, black is not risking too much because the a pawn is giving enough compensation. Should be.
can I want to, okay, can we go from my
Yes.
play?
Yes,
I want
sure.
to see it. I want to see it once again. King
Sure.
b6.
Because we
Knight-
went too fast.
Yeah, because I have another idea that might even be better. So knight takes e5, a5, d4. I want to play king b4 here.
Haha. But there is king c6.
Oh,
Attention, please.
yes. All right. So yeah.
But wait, how is this? Let's say this, because this is always good to remind.
But you don't have to take on a5. You can wait one move.
Ah, yeah, so I can.
Okay, but king b5, knight takes a5, king takes a5. White is winning in that pawn ending.
Yes. This, and then he's going to take that pawn, so he's winning. That's nice.
Yeah, and even one move later, if you play king b5 in one go, it's also winning as well. Yeah, but it's a good reminder for everyone. Yeah.
Yes. So
it doesn't work. Dang. So yeah, knight d3. I was planning to trap the knight on a2 with the pawn still on a5.
Yeah, because here again, but here maybe no, it's the same because we have knight b2.
Yeah, you can't really start promoting with the a pawn. You do have to collect the d4 pawn first, unfortunately.
Yeah. And just to show, because this is very important, how white should win it.
Oh, white is actually winning there. Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah,
it's with this move here, because now, after this black move, that's a zugzwang for black. Because it cannot move the king and at the same way protect that pawn. So mostly...
this is why black decided not to go for this, because she thought she might get tricked herself in this ending.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, perhaps, but I don't think so. I think she doesn't have to allow a4 and knight b2. But...
yeah, that's true. Yeah. But okay.
The current position is just a draw. The knight is safely placed on a4. The king can never get in. I thought, but maybe black is making a point because the knight is completely trapped on a4. Okay, so this might actually be a really good try for black.
Uh-oh, attention.
But how are you?
Because, I mean, for example, bishop b6, and then the king is going to d4.
Yeah, absolutely. Something like that, yeah.
Who said... I ask you this again. Who said chess boring?
Yeah, chess is not boring. Right, guys? Chess is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Twists and turns. It's like the best novel book you can ever read. That's a chess game, guys. It's like Sherlock Holmes in chess books. In books, not chess books. Sherlock Holmes didn't write chess books.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if we have bishop b6, king f3 and king d4. So this king is now very centralized. And is he going to trap somehow that knight? Probably not, because, I mean, there is like a barrier there. So,
yeah.
Maybe some zugzwang, could it be?
White is going to be in zugzwang, bishop a5, and white cannot do anything.
Okay,
knight
there is
b2,
knight
king
b2.
c5, king c5, collect the b5 pawn.
Oh, I mean, you will hear this expression, oh my grob. What is...
my grob.
Yeah, I'm a grob player. And
you're a grob player.
I always do say that. So, oh my grob, is White going to lose that? Oh.
This might be losing, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not, but it looks like it.
It looked like really terrible. And also, okay, we have bishop a4, and Gunina is playing on seconds. She has less than 10 seconds right now. So, this is going to be very tough for her to defend here.
Definitely. And do you also notice that black has the right colored bishop?
Yeah, that's so true. I didn't notice that.
If she did not have the right colored bishop, then it would probably be a draw. But now that she has the right colored bishop, because guys, so if the bishop wasn't on the black squares but on the white squares, then white could have exchanged the knight versus the pawn on d5 and could have just run the king towards a1, and it would have been a draw. But because the bishop is dark squared, the pawn is able to promote on a1. That's a very common endgame. If you did not know this, then you heard it here first. Yeah.
Good. And so we had exactly what we said. Knight b2 only move basically, and
king c5, king e3.
Yes.
Yeah, so after king takes b5, I guess king d4 is the idea, but now simply king c6 looks winning. Bishop b6, a5, you start running. Looks like.
Wow, looks very good.
I feel really bad for Gunina. Gunina really played really strong in the first few rounds, but now she's struggling, and she did not
Yeah.
convert all the good positions she had in the early games, and now
Yeah.
she's probably again losing.
Yeah, she is last place. She's 2 out of 6. She's 10th. And yeah, and today probably she's again losing. So it's very hard to come back after such a moment, no? I mean, she's actually okay. Here is black to move. So why is black thinking so much?
I don't know. I think she's calculating king takes b5. You do have some other
Like
some
bishop b6 maybe is an idea,
maybe
because
bishop b6, maybe just a move like bishop d8 is also possible, but yeah, I think king takes b5 is simply working.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Nasir is nice and enthusiastic about Maria winning her game. I think it's actually true. I think black is winning here. And do you agree with that, Alessia?
Yeah, I think this for a5 pawn will show all his power now. And yeah, should be winning. King c6, bishop b6, and then starting to push that pawn. And oh,
Yeah.
poor Gunina. I mean, really, it's really not easy to play very good, as you said, in the first rounds, and then suddenly lose one, and then lose a bit of confidence, and then also this seems so drawish, and probably she thought it was a draw. Actually, probably she went for it because she was quite sure
Yeah.
that it was a draw, and suddenly there is this resource and
Yeah.
everything.
So yeah, she exchanged the rooks, and maybe that was not the smartest decision. I think maybe she should have kept the rooks on the board, and because I couldn't really see a clear win for for uh
But
for black,
also,
so
not a clear plan for black.
yeah, also not. Yeah. So I think she might be kicking herself with that decision.
Yeah. How do you react on the board when you when you lose a drawish position or when you draw a winning one? Are you really like this on the board, or you are very calm as you are doing now?
How I am usually very calm. I internalize. I feel a lot of frustration for making that mistake, but I internalize and I try
Oh,
to make peace with it almost immediately. So yeah, I will be very calm. Yeah. How about you? I see you jumping on the bed and punching the
no,
pillow.
actually, I'm extremely calm too. Just one stuff that I have, and that I have a lot of emotion, and my face is totally red. It's like a tomato. It's like suddenly is
Uh,
I'm a
I have,
tomato.
I have an idea for a new emote for you then.
Oh yeah, what a good idea! Wow.
Tomato head.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for this idea. Oh yeah. So maybe
Shall we?
Nasir could say us how did Gunina react on this? If she's a tomato, if she's very calm, trying to internalizing everything as Roland. I would be very curious about that.
Yes, nice. Here, ask her this question: Are you a tomato right now? Yeah.
I don't think she's going to get an interview after this game. I think she's going to run back to Hotel.
Yeah, a lot of reactions are just like, yeah, I don't want to see everybody. I just want to be alone. I want to be, yeah. Some people just run straight for the exit.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think Carlson is such a player, actually. So
Yeah, also throwing a pen somewhere and then going. Yeah.
yeah. What,
What does tomato mean?
Yeah, and I see you missed a bit. Yeah, so um, yeah,
So
when
tomato is
Alessia,
when Alessia does a huge blunder, and for example in a World Champions, I mean my opponent attacked the rook with a knight, and I just moved my king, and then she took the rook in one move, and I was not just my face, my whole body was red as
yeah,
red as a tomato. So
red as a tomato.
yeah,
And the question is Gunina now also red as a tomato? Because
yes. What
probably
if
going to be really frustrated. And yeah, it's a joke, but we wanted you to ask her if she is a tomato, if she's feeling like a tomato right now.
yes.
Yeah, it's a joke. Don't ask her if she's a tomato.
Oh yeah, would be very hilarious.
But yeah, the question I'm very curious about is if she thought exchanging rooks with rook takes g with rook g3 was I think that was probably the mistake. I think it might have been still a draw, but exchanging the rooks makes it a lot more difficult
Yes, I'm gonna
for
try
white.
to get a. Yeah, he's here. So
Yeah,
she just played King G3 here, and this could be the mistake. Maybe not a real mistake, but probably a practical mistake.
maybe a practical one, yeah. Maybe rook g3 is still a draw, but from a practical standpoint, black can simply start pushing. And with queen h2, black has not really um, shown any way to make progress there. And I
Yeah,
also really can't see it
because
often.
after Rook G1, I mean, an idea could be this for black going to take here. Suddenly white has something very strong, so a check on d7 and this pawn is starting to be pushed. So
Yes,
this could be
exactly.
very dangerous, and I
Yeah,
don't see something else for
no.
black.
So king h2 does make a lot of sense. And I I want to ask her what she was afraid of. Why didn't she play king h2? It looks like a very natural move to play, and I think it
Yes,
should.
sorry Roland, but I see the chat that is exploding. Maria won. So I want shortly to see what happened here.
All right, let's take a look.
So knight, bishop e4, knight b2, a5, king e3, king bishop c3, avoiding that king is joining the party on the queen side. Knight e4 and just d4 check. King e2, and I guess maybe she
The knight on
resigned
a4 is trapped. Yeah,
here.
king b5. White has to take on c3, and that pawn ending is absolutely
Yeah, yeah,
for black.
yeah.
So yeah, I feel really bad for Gunina, but great job for Maria, who is now, I think, 1/2 point behind number 2 at the moment,
Yes.
and that is Humpy Canary.
So maybe the standings is not yet updated, but will be soon, and we will have that. So yeah, congratulations to Maria. Really sorry for Valentina Gunina. Okay, we have still some moves.
No. Oh, wait, sorry, I was really surprised, but Nasir is saying that Nana and Wenjun drew. That can't, is that really confirmed? Or
Yes, I have the result too.
you're not trolling us, right?
No.
Why is this? Wait, okay, we have to see what happened here. We left and we were thinking that black's going to slowly push white away, but it seems that she blundered or she miscalculated somehow.
So f4, we were nearly here, and we said king gotta go to the queens towards the king side, the queen side. King e7, and knight c4, and we said that is But wait, do you remember when we said that king c3 is not possible due to knight e4? This f4 is
Yeah.
taking a look on that square, so maybe the king could also join the queen side. That's why g4.
G5 makes
G5,
sense.
sorry.
I'm not sure I would have played it, but it makes sense to play G5. You just want to maybe create a second pass pawn on the H file.
Yeah.
Because you cannot take on g5, I think, because the rook takes g5, and then suddenly the pawn on g3 will fall, and that should be winning for black.
Yeah. So I mean, as Nasir, as they are doing, as they are saying, she spoiled the end. But I really want to see. I really want to know how is also the face of Jumanji looking now. If she's also tomato or what is happening? How many tomato are we having today?
You really can't help it. You need someone else to be a tomato too. Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to be the only one.
You want to create your own bushel.
So
Yeah, so
after
let's see what
G5,
happened. G5, what happened there?
yes, G5, knight e3, G take F4, G take F4, King F6.
Makes sense. I think it's fine. I don't like G takes F4 that much, but it's okay. It's fine, I
I mean,
think.
the
So,
idea is to create another pass pawn. Why don't you like that?
well, because the pawn could potentially be weak, and I don't see what's the rush. You could also play, yeah, a bit slower. I think this feels a bit hasted for some reason, but yeah, we have to. Okay, but let's check the game. This might still be okay for white.
Rook B1, Knight
Okay,
B4 check, King
B4,
E4,
right.
H4, Rook D1,
Just
Rook
some waiting
H5,
moves.
Rook
Oh,
D6 check.
yeah, this is the mistake. Rook H5 was a mistake. Because after King E7, Knight... No, that's not true. Okay, never mind. I got excited there for no reason.
Something like this, no?
Yeah, but Rook takes
Rook takes
a5.
F5, yeah.
King takes D6, win simply, so okay.
Yes.
Scratch that, so Rook B6.
Rook D2, H3.
That was the mistake. H3 is the mistake. Because after Knight F5, you lose either the Rook or you get mated.
Oh, yeah, because this is mate.
King E6 is mate, King F6 is mate.
King E6 is mate here. Wow. Oh yeah, this is a nice example to show how Rook and Knight could really well be coordinated. Ooh.
Yeah, so what do you think? Did she miss Knight F5, or what was the reason why she played H3 so?
I don't think that
Is
I
there
don't think
no-
that if she saw Knight F5 she or maybe she thought that
I don't think she thought this was winning, right? I mean,
no, the king is so near to take that.
why did White actually offer a draw here? Isn't this maybe winning? Okay, so no
We have
draw.
some with other moves. So we have
Okay,
oh yeah. I don't know. Are there
yeah.
are there any camera there? Probably not. I would like to see the face there. In this exactly moment of 9F.
I think she was like, oh,
Yeah.
Facebook. I think that would be my guess. Oh, that's so bad. So
I think she was like this. Just think there and I want shortly to say you stuff and say everybody. I mean, this was I think was the best reaction on a blunder, if I could say best. That I did a fast move, and just after understanding that it was a blunder, I just did to my to my hand on the board to saying, why did you do that? So I just bite myself.
you just bite yourself. Oh.
Yeah. So let's see how it went on. Rook take f5, king take f5, a4, trying to, at least to get some initiative on to push these pawns.
I think she's barely holding on here.
Yeah. And we have just checks.
So I think let's show this for once. So Rook H2 should win the H3 pawn, but after A3, Rook takes H3, A2, Rook A3. The king has to go all the way to C4 to chase away the knight from B4. The white king, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't think the king can come in, because if the king comes to D4, Then black has knight c2 check.
Ah, there is a knight c2. And there is
Yeah.
no way to go through d5 or d3 because the knight is controlling that square.
But
So-
maybe she can try to play rook a7 and try to collect the f pawn.
So
So-
let's say like
What move do you play? Black can only play the king, right? At this point.
Yeah.
So
So-
king
king
forward?
somewhere.
Yeah, or backwards. Yeah, let's go backwards. Rook a7. Yep. King f8, I suppose. King f6 runs into knight d5, I guess.
Okay.
d5, king f5, knight b4. Okay,
Yes.
I do want to try something. I'm going to play king g5 now.
Yeah, the idea to push the pawn, no?
Push the pawn, king h6, king g7, and win.
Yes. So
Oh, did she miss a win? Did she take a draw in a winning position? Is that now the case?
Oh.
Is that so?
Because I mean, let's go shortly back. I mean here, okay, we want
Are we
to.
missing something? Yeah, we're missing something. A3, rook takes a3,
Knight c2.
c2. That is the point.
Knight c2.
So that's a nice trick, actually.
That's
Yeah, and now you cannot prevent a2 and a1 winning.
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, so I was a bit afraid there, but yeah. So
Good. This knight c.
let's. I want to see how she should have played then. Like what? I'm not sure that this g5 and h4 idea was such a good idea because the pawns are not supported by anything.
Yes. So yeah, as you said, this g5 was better maybe to.
Yeah, I would have, for example, first played f6 and then g5. because-
So maybe here f6.
Yeah, well, g5 is okay, but after knight e3, maybe not take on f4.
Yeah. So you want to see g5?
G5 is good, knight e3, but after g takes f4, that's a move I would not have played very quickly. No, because the h pawn is not supported by anything. It's just protected by the rook for now, and yeah, it doesn't look so great. I would have played something like f6, king f7, king g6, and then try to break through with h4, perhaps, for example.
It's king. With king like this.
f6, king f7, king g6, for example, and then slowly try to win here. But it feels too hasty to play g takes f4 already.
Yeah, because actually, I mean, black is not in a hurry. And I think that after something like f6 is, I mean, white should never take here. Should never, actually no, we take with the rook and we attack the g3 pawn that is very weak. So...
Yeah, but good suggestion in the chat. If f6, then rook h1 is going to be played, and then black eventually has to take on
has to
f4.
take there, yeah.
Probably it was then, if you're going to push the pawns, then she should have done it with the king behind it. So with the king on g7 instead of on e7.
Yeah.
So yeah. But after rook h1, maybe black can start pushing the a pawn. What do you think?
Well...
Rook takes h5, h3.
Yeah, because could be a good sacrifice, because then your rook is behind
yeah,
maybe a3.
Oh, okay. So probably rook h1, right?
Yes.
So a2, let's just keep pushing. Rook a1, knight b4, I suppose. Or you don't have to play that, but I guess it's the most logical. Then king goes back. And now you can start pushing your king.
Yeah.
This looks still pretty interesting
Yeah,
too.
it looks really good. Maybe this is the best try. Wow.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet because how does the king ever get in there? But yeah, at least I'm not so convinced about g takes f4. I would have played it with a king behind it, or I would have played the king towards the
So
queen
maybe
side.
here, let's say king f8, even if it looked very weird, but with the idea to go with the king on g7, then f6, g5, or g5, f6. Maybe this could be to support this pawn. And
Yeah, and then maybe sacrifice the a pawn or the pawn on the king side to get some activity for your pieces. I think that would have made, would have been better. I don't like g5 and then creating the h pawn, although. Yeah, no, I don't believe it. I think it's not good. Yeah, but that's my first guess, because who am I to contradict the world champion, of course, right? So
okay,
yeah.
she drew the endgame, so you
So
can
let's go to
suggest.
the critical mistake, which was rook h5, I think.
Yes.
So yeah, rook h5 and rook d6, rook d1 was played, I think. And here the critical mistake was h3. What could she have done here instead to maybe continue this game?
Oh yeah. Maybe knight d6 check. Is this an idea?
Knight what? Sorry?
Ah no, it's the time. Sorry guys.
Oh.
Here
Knight
is
d6 check. You heard it first. Only
half
a bit.
past 1 a.m. So
You could play a4 perhaps, but that leads to the same thing.
yes.
No, maybe not. What about a4? Let's try that.
Yes. So what about knight f5?
Yeah, I want to take.
Ooh.
And I want to play a3. And if you put the rook on d1, I'm going to play knight c2. And if you... Yep. What about this? Isn't this winning for black?
Oh. Imagine that the giving the rook was very good. And
But she pushed the wrong pawn, perhaps.
she pushed the wrong... But maybe she saw everything. Because I can't believe that she missed knight f5 actually. Maybe she thought it could be a good try. Because after... I mean, there was this nice knight c2.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe she thought it was a try.
And
Actually.
if white plays rook d4, then we're going to push the h pawn.
That's the ping pong.
Well, how about this? Does it work? Rook takes b4, h2. Looks interesting.
Yes, because the pawn is going. And I don't know if there are enough checks and mate threats. But doesn't seem so, because the king could escape now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this was the way. Maybe h3 was indeed pushing the wrong pawn.
Oh yeah, maybe she was really so near to that. Because it was just the other one. Wow. This could really be.
Maybe it looks... I'm not 100% sure, so...
Yeah.
But it looks like a really good try, at least, right?
Yeah, that's true. A worth try.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if the standings are updated.
Yeah, let's see.
Yes, we have them. So actually, Maria they asked in the chat if Maria was leading, but she's not yet leading, but she's in the group of the third place, and with 4 out of 7. And at the leader spot, we have Wenjun and Konero Hampo with 4.5 out of 7. So
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean...
We still got more or less 5 people playing for the win in this tournament for the $45,000 first prize, everybody. It's amazing, right?
Yeah, that's really true. We have... Yeah, that's amazing. And yeah, I mean, I hope that soon maybe we don't get the next round. But yeah, I mean, I will go back shortly to the standings. And did did they play Koneru and Wenjun already against each other? That you
Yeah, I think
Yes.
they played already. I think they made a draw. One of their first games, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken,
Was a Petrov. Ah no, not. I'm confusing that.
I don't remember.
No,
But
no.
we'll see. Let's, yeah, but yeah, still five players more or less in contention for the win. I would say, technically, of course, Haika Dronovali and Lachno might also still have a chance. But I think about those five. So Maria Muzichuk did a great job today by winning her game. Uh, yeah, against the unfortunately playing Gunina,
Yeah.
and but she is now in contention for the win. And tomorrow she will probably have the white pieces, so she might still yeah,
Yeah,
win the tournament.
maybe she is showing strong power and come back. It's not easy in that cases, but
Yeah.
she needs to show that she can come back also in very hard situation.
Yeah, and the one that's currently doing that is Carissa Yip, who started with 0 out of 4, but now has 2.5 out of 7. So she has shown great resilience. A lot of kids and a lot of chess players can learn from her approach in chess.
Yeah, but
So,
also
yeah.
old chess players as has.
Yeah. So
Just
I.
joking. I'm the only one old. You're very young.
All
So
right.
I mean,
I
I just
think
know that Carissa, as she said in interview, she's playing tomorrow the world champion Zhu Wenju, and actually she said that she's not nervous, but she's very exciting to play against her. Maybe in her mind she thought, one day she
yeah,
will
one
be
day.
very exciting to play against me.
Or she's just thinking like, yeah, okay, you're the current world champion, but I'm gonna be the next one. So yeah,
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
going
I
to be.
think she can play really also without not too much pressure, and at
Yeah,
the end is Juvenju that has to show that she has to prove every time that she is the world champion.
yeah, but
Um,
she's proving it time after time again. So yeah, just to quote Cindy Lauper's song, by the way. But never mind. It's really late for us, and thank you, watcher viewers, for sticking with us for such a long time. An amazing tournament, of course, and this was more or less the coverage of round 7. Thank you once again, Alessia, for joining me. Of
yeah,
course.
thank you, Roland. You're doing an amazing commentary in this Cairns Cup, and will you be also next days here?
Yeah, I will be here tomorrow, guys. So if you're gonna miss me tomorrow, don't miss me. I'll be back. And on Sunday, I think you will be back actually.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, I thought I heard that, but I might be mistaken.
Well,
Anyway,
I don't know that.
maybe
We will
it is.
see. We will see.
We will see.
Yeah.
Would you like to do this again?
Uh,
Sunday?
well, I'm traveling on Monday, so I gotta see. But okay, I'm going back to Italy because currently I'm in Switzerland.
Ah, okay,
So
yeah,
we will
yeah.
see. But I think they will write me if it's going to
You
be
will
like this. So
Yeah, of course, you will get a notification for this.
yeah, yeah. But you will be for sure back on Sunday, no?
On
So
Saturday, I will be. Sunday, I won't be here, unfortunately. I do have
okay, okay.
patience. But yeah, guys, I'll be back tomorrow with the coverage of round 8. Once again, thank you for watching. And yeah, Alessia, it has been fun, of course, and hope to do this more with you.
Yes, thank you so much. I don't know if I will be back, but I will be back for sure on my channel. So see you, and we are going to raid Mr. Grandmaster Narodevsky. So thank you for being here, and enjoy the last round of Cairns Cup. See you guys.